I'm just giving the stream time to actually register before I do the proper introduction. I'm just going to check on my phone just to make sure things are looking hunky-dory. My channel. I'm live. Yep, that's looking good. Just share the stream to my Discord. Copy link. To the Universal's Discord. Like that. And then to this other server. There it is. Right, so. And that should be good to go. Just about. Hold on. Not very professional of me, is it? Yep, that's looking good. And that should be good to go. Okay, there's my past self talking. Anyway, so. Hello there. I am Will Maddox of Maddox Productions 1, creator of the channel, obviously. And in 2013, I made this channel to host my series of cartoons, Maddox and Friends. 10 years later, in 2023, I decided to end Maddox and Friends, just because I thought, 10 years, long enough. I'll expand on that later. But I always wanted to basically send the series off with sort of a celebration, sort of a live commentary. I know I've done like the story of Maddox and Friends before, which is kind of like a docu-commentary of sorts, but I wanted to figure out how to do it live, and I didn't know how to do that until last night because I'm kind of slow with some technology, which sounds ironic considering I'm an animator, but I finally figured it out last night, and now I think is a good opportunity to do it. If you were notified to me streaming last night, that was me actually testing how to stream while screen sharing at the same time. I'm using OBS to do it, which is absolutely hunky-dory. So, I am, let me just, okay, so I can see the chat. No one said anything yet. That's absolutely fine. If no one says anything, whatever. If someone does say anything, cool. Even if it's something completely unrelated, if it's to do with the cartoons or if it's just, Doctor Who question, because I know a lot of my subscribers are Doctor Who fans, and, I make Doctor Who animations, so fair enough. Yeah, I'll respond to those. But this is primarily Maddox and Friends stream, and I want to give basically a commentary on all the cartoons, like all 20 of them, from 2013 to 2023. And how this is going to work is I'll be watching along to them, and then if I have something long-winded to say, I'll pause it and I'll give the anecdote and move on. And if you want to watch the cartoon uninterrupted, they'll be on my channel. I have playlists, Maddox and Friends series 1, 2 and 3, so you can go check those out. Sploonody, hello, I see you. But yeah, let us begin with Maddox and Friends, The Adventures Begin. Right, so. Oh yeah, this is going to be quite jarring to go back to like the really old ones, but that's fine. Okay, so. Oh, go away. The audio quality of this episode is pretty bad. In fact, when I re-uploaded it in 2018, I had to completely remake the soundtrack from the ground up. I don't know why like this version I have on my hard drive isn't that version, but oh well. We'll just roll with it.
Why did you have to wear red? It's after us!
Yeah, me, Adam, and Holly actually recorded this episode in a car, funnily enough, because I thought, a car, that's relatively soundproof-ish. And so I just remember us getting into the back of the car with my iPod and recording it on voice memos, because I was ridiculously inefficient with technology back then.
We'll lose him, there's something else red. He'll charge for that instead.
Oh, the quality really is bad, isn't it?
I think we're safe behind this van.
Those charge at red things, right?
Yes.
And we stood next to a van.
Uh-huh.
A red van.
Oh. Quickly this way!
It's kind of funny, because I think I said this in the history of Maddox and Friends, or the story of Maddox and Friends, or whatever. Obviously, some of these cartoons are based on comics that I drew beforehand, and this was extrapolated from like one panel of a comic where me, Adam, and Holly were being chased by like zombie Hitler, I guess. And when expanding that into a proper cartoon, I think my dad and my school, they were like, that's very dark, you shouldn't do that. And in retrospect, they were right. So I changed it to a bull. And honestly, that makes it more iconic. I love how the bull's just staring directly at the camera. The edge of the world
We're
gag.
not going to escape it. We're doomed.
Ah, hello. What is this convenient rope doing here?
Quickly.
Bang!
Ah, the good old anvil. Don't you miss the days when they were the solution to everything in cartoons?
See, that line is kind of emblematic of my attitude to making these animations back in the day. I wanted to go for like kind of like a Looney Tunes-esque thingy. I don't think I really achieved that, but I let my 15-year-old self dream, okay?
Well, I suppose it's the end.
There's Holly. Deus Ex Holly.
Hey, if it's a resolution, it's a resolution. I know about you, but I'm taking it.
And then they drive off in the wrong direction. I can't believe I let that happen.
Hey, this would be a brilliant place to live. I
Oh.
mean, we have nowhere else to go, right?
I don't know. According to my previous knowledge and intellect about household purchases, I don't think we'll be able to afford it.
Well, we can always ask.
See the models barely keeping themselves together.
If you want to live here, it's going to cost £12,000.
Hugh absolutely never lets me live this down. Because I was a 15-year-old, I didn't understand how money worked. And I was just like, £12,000, that sounds like a high amount of money, doesn't it? He's smiling, right? Yeah, Hugh's in the room.
Yeah, I've got that much money in my bank account.
Let me just check that. Yeah, the microphone's still good. But yeah, I was like, £12,000, that's a high amount of money that the Maddoxes just aren't willing to pay. But in retrospect, it just makes them look stupidly stingy. But this will come up again later.
Oh, that's a cute rabbit. Ah! Unless you want our cat to eat you with a side of sweet chili dipping sauce, we suggest you let us live here for free. Okay. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this adventure, then thank you. It really means a lot to us.
And if you didn't enjoy
God.
it, then you
The
just can't
ego.
appreciate pure awesomeness. And you suck!
Adam Adlib
See
that.
you soon!
Let me in!
No,
Just wait until I get in there!
then we won't let you in.
Ah! Coded key holder.
Ah, but do you know the code?
Ah, damn it!
A coded key holder, don't you mean a safe, like a key safe? Don't know. See, I was dumb. Okay, that. Oh god, the audio's really compressed. Again, that's why I sort of rejiggled it for the 2018 upload. Dun 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 dun. Oh yeah, the theme tune of Maddox and Friends, actually made in Music GCSE. It's very divisive. Some people think it's a banger, and then other friends of mine absolutely hate it. They're like, "Oh my god, change it, please," or like recompose it for the love of God. Like, just do something. It's the most like it's ear poison, and you know, I love it. Like, it's kind of like endearing how just grating it is in retrospect. But yeah, that's the first Maddox and Friends cartoon. It took like 9 days to make, like animation wise, like from the start of animation to the very end. It took 9 days. I finished it on the 20th of April, and then I made this channel on the 6th of May, and that's when I posted it. Because originally I just posted it to my Facebook wall, and I was like, yeah, should I make a channel? And everyone was like, yeah. And from then on, Maddox Productions 1 existed, I guess. I don't know. I'm not very elegant with my commentary. So, the second one is Slendy Phillip. So, before I launch into Slendy Phillip, I've already discussed this in my docu commentary video, but this showcases a kind of bad tendency of mine, because I would use my animations as an outlet to basically narratively express all my friendship group jokes, pretty much. Because everyone, has them. We all have our own, like, in-jokes that we poke fun at each other with. And in secondary school, one of my friends was called Philip. We're still friends to this day, and, like, every Halloween, I bring them all round again and we reminisce. No, one of them was Philip. And the thing with Philip was he was very tall. He always wore his school uniform, like, immaculately, because everyone else, they might have their shirt untucked, they might loosen their tie a bit. He always wore it just pitch perfectly. And he also spoke very little. He's a very introverted guy, and if he didn't like you, he'd just ignore you. Chad move. But just realised I'm not seeing the chat. Oh! Enjoyable first episode, said Nick. Music's good. It's the greatest theme of all time. Thanks, Odie. Thanks, Nick. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, those things. He wore his suit immaculately. He's very tall. He doesn't talk. We would always, like, riff on him. It's like, hey, you're like Slender Man. Because this was, like, 2012. Slender Man was, like, kind of peak popularity. Oh boy, I wish I hadn't immortalized it. Well, okay, I don't say I wish I hadn't made a cartoon about it, because it is, like, there is something kind of, like, time capsule-y and adorable about the fact that I just immortalized Slender Man as a character, partially based on my friend. Oh, didn't mean to jolt the camera. Yeah, it is kind of, it signposts exactly when this was made. It was, like, spring 2013. Dun 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 dun. Here we are.
Nothing to eat,
Nothing to say.
nothing to do but to sit here all day.
Why are you two relaxing your physical frame so unexcitingly?
Do you mean why we bored?
Correct.
There's nothing to do.
Well, how about we take a relaxing detour from our objective in existence and take a stroll through white-leafed woods?
Hey, you didn't complicate that sentence too much.
I would have, but I knew you wouldn't understand it because you're so mentally obtuse.
Huh?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, I loved writing Holly's dialogue, because Hughes pointed this out. Like, I wanted Holly to be the smart one, to the point where, like, she's the only Maddox and Friends character who can actually drive. Like, every time I've depicted the NASA van, she's always been the one driving it. Although I don't think that's been very much, but whatever. Hughes pointed out that my technique to showcasing how smart Holly is to just have her babble the most incoherently complex sentences. And he's like, you realise that's not necessarily smart, right? And I was like, yeah, but shut up. That was just what I did. But no, it's kind of bring Holly back. Oh god, I wish, Nick.
Pretty dark out here.
We'll go into that later.
Good thing I bought a flashlight. You know, just see where we're going.
Hey, what's this? Note.
Yep, Slender the 8 Pages.
Don't look, or it takes you.
Sounds like weeping angels to me.
No, weeping angels are don't look away, or it takes you.
I thought they were don't look away, don't blink.
Maybe. It doesn't matter. What matters is, who the hell is playing that annoying drum? Please stop.
The first of many Doctor
That's
Who
better.
references.
I feel like we're being followed.
Hey, speaking of which, this says follows. What are all these tree recyclability sheets doing here anyway?
What's all these
I don't
tree
know.
recyclability
Hey,
sheets?
let's play a game. Collect as many pages as we can. And to make it sound cooler, let's pretend there's a monster chasing us.
See, it's kind of out of step with the rest of Maddox and Friends, because with it being a direct Slender Man parody, it's the only Maddox and Friends to really be like that, except for like maybe How the Slendy Phillips Stole Christmas. But yeah, it's kind of, in retrospect, it's kind of out of line with the rest of Maddox and Friends, which tries to be, I guess, original. It's, like, I don't know if I'd call it that, but you know. Anyway.
Another page of random trees.
And another one that says, no, 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 no.
I love the background detail. That way, back though they came, the mysterious tall guy who's stalking you, and then the direction they end up going, your death.
No, no.
No, 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 no. And this one, always
Cutaways.
watches, no eyes. Hey, random static interference. Must be the reception, not broadcasting for a very good place for filming.
It's because Slender Man in the 8 Pages can do it like a staticky effect, and so I was like, here's me just riffing on that, I guess.
Holly found 2 more pages that say leave me alone and can't run.
That's actually the first time that either of the 3 main characters at this point, Will, Adam and Holly, it's the first time any of them acknowledge like one of the other's names. So like Holly is the first one to have her name spoken on screen.
I swear those drum players want to annoy the hell out of me. Turn that off! They're not listening to me this time.
The most unenthusiastic scream of all time.
I don't know where to go. We're lost.
Wait, I see the last page. I've got it.
That's meant to be them like diving for cover,
Why
but
is he just standing there?
Probably a trick to make us feel relief when we're actually in fact about to die. Well, the pages do say take people and cause help.
Unless we're reading them wrong. I mean, some letters or words may have erased over time.
oh, the character's so jittery.
See, if you look closely, there's a hint of other letters.
See, like, it makes sense in my head, but I feel like, you know, how stilted we are in terms of our voice direction and like sort of how matter-of-factly, you know, this twist is played. Like, oh, Slendy Phillip, is actually, you know, he doesn't mean any harm, which is kind of like, it was kind of like a big sort of like it was a big outlet for like parody. Like, oh, what if Slender Man like chasing you through the woods? What if he's not actually? What if he doesn't actually mean you any harm? What if he just wants to give you his $20? So like, I'm trying to evoke that, and I can see it, but at the same time, I kind of feel like because of how stilted we're delivering our lines and how sort of like matter of fact the sort of overall direction is, it just feels very like, oh, well, that happened, but.
Well, we have patched up all the letters with what they originally
I'm a budding
said,
amateur
and
at
put
this
them in
point.
the order that makes the most sense. So here we go. Don't cook, or it bakes you. The beavers ate me a bones.
Ate me a bones. Who uses a random A in a sentence?
Juicy J in his song.
Just a random pop culture reference thrown in there too. That doesn't happen very much in. Well, I say that there's a lot of Doctor Who references,
Anyway,
but you know what I
then
mean.
there's this random tree page. Then always non-avisibles, no eyes. Can't run anymore. Then follows is actually an acronym that says fluffy owls love landing on my shoulders.
Like, just the way I'm really trying to crowbar like all the pages to make sense. Just like, but if you it's actually like a misunderstanding. The letters were erased, and it's actually an acronym, and there's actually some missing letters that have been faded over time, and it's it doesn't quite work.
The no
No.
page is actually like a depression brainstorm. As you can see,
depression brainstorm. I love that line. Just a depression brainstorm. Bring back Phlegm Duck. Oh, I have plans for Phlegm Duck. Don't worry
Nose
about
are
that.
emanating from this faceless guy in the centre. I think it's talking about everything he doesn't have. No face, no confidence, no family, no friends, no life. And help me is just the same as it is.
So, to recap, this sender male tried cooking beavers, but they ate his face, so he was outcast to the forest. He can't see, so he can't run. And at night, woodland creatures rest on his shoulders. He's really sad and wants us to help him.
Well, don't worry.
We'll take care of you.
For sure.
Oh, by
Yeah, that's just... It's a very quirky yet tragic backstory.
the way, what do you want us to call you?
I know. Let's call him Slendy Philip.
Yes, Slendy Philip. That sounds right.
They come to that conclusion, like, obviously, I call him Slendy Philip because of my friend Philip in real life, who I would liken to Slender Man, so, you know, Slendy Philip. Makes sense in real life, but in the narrative of the cartoon, they just land on Slendy Philip just instantly. And, like, I did think about, like, maybe making a little short to sort of, like, explain it, like, yeah, why did you call him Slendy Philip specifically? And then it could have, like, shown a sort of, like, a slight, like, you know, cheat shot where we see, like, Adam, like, peeking at, like, his collar, like, pulling it back and seeing the name Philip inside. I don't know. I never actually did that. Maybe I'll do that in the future. We'll see. How are you? I am very well, thank you, Ryan. How are you? I hope you are doing well on this fine Sunday noon. It is 12:03 where I am, so.
See you soon.
So that's Slendy Philip. Oh god, I love Slendy Philip so much. Yeah, these are very primitive. I've mentioned this in a previous video, but these earliest cartoons are made in Microsoft PowerPoint. That's how primitive these are. Like, Microsoft PowerPoint has, like, shape tools. I draw them. Hugh sneezed. He did it again. They'd be made in Microsoft PowerPoint, you know, with the shape tools. I'd make them look like a character, take a screenshot, save that screenshot, and then I'd move the characters a bit more, take a screenshot, save that screenshot, and then it'd be like a sort of like slow progressive frame by frame by frame by frame thing. And then I'd sync it up in Windows Movie Maker to a soundtrack that I would have, like, recorded on my iPod. It sounds so primitive, doesn't it? It's so, like, painfully primitive. But every time I've told people, like, that's how I did it, at least back in the day and also now, they're like, the fact that you were able to push Microsoft PowerPoint to that showcases that, you know, an extreme talent or, you know, an extreme capability of, like, pushing things to their limit. And I think that's probably my biggest strength. Like, I'm able to take very limited resources and just go far with them. Not to, you know, butter myself up, but hey ho. The most high-tech thing at this point is the fact that I'm using Audacity as editing software. So. And even that is not, like, super amazing. But anyway, the third episode, Runaway Pets. Let's go. Da 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 da.
Hey, Slendy Philip. How are you, buddy?
So Slendy's part of the gang
What's
now.
wrong? I have no face and long arms, so people think I'm ugly. Oh, Slendy.
What's wrong?
Slendy is sad because people think he's ugly.
Don't worry, Slendy Philip. How about I use this multitask televisual operator to receive transmitted electrically generated images just to cheer you up?
This could be a drinking game, just Holly talks technobabble.
Here we go.
Ton of wrinkles. Here's a new cream to clean your face with to make you look just as new again. Unless you didn't have a face, in that case, you're a loser. Because you're worth it.
That's actually one of my favourite gags in all of Maddox and Friends, just the L'Oreal advert woman. And she keeps appearing. God.
Oh no, that advert hurt his feelings.
Slendy, calm down.
Oh, and the pets ran away.
Slendy, you must learn to calm yourself down. You'll end up obliterating this whole town.
Yeah, it's just the recurring trend of Slendy Philip, you know, being so mistreated and, you know, having so much trauma that he has, like, anger outbursts, essentially. Kind of channels like me, in a sense. Around this point, I had a pretty bad anger management issue. Maybe it was me subconsciously channeling that, or maybe it's just not that deep. Open to interpretation!
Oh no, Benji and Misty are gone.
Don't worry, Slendy. They won't have gone far. Let's find them and all will be forgiven. Come on.
Ah, Benji has been located.
And I see Misty.
See, this is kind of a problem with, like, the early episodes' line delivery. It's like, we're so stilted, like, everything just sounds so matter of fact. Just like, oh no, the pets have run away. Don't worry, we'll save them. I love it, but at the same time, it is very just... I mean, then again, I was 15, Adam was 13, Holly was 11, so... really compelling acting is hard to ask for, like, when we're literal children, but... Yeah, no.
Okay, I suggest we split up. Holly, you and I will go after Benji. Adam and Slendy, you go after Misty.
Dolly, where are you?
Oh.
Excuse me, have you seen my dog? She's great and called Dolly.
There's my friend Gray playing Dan in this episode. We've been friends since secondary school, since like year 9 when we were both like 14. And so we would have been like a year or two into our friendship at this point. And I gave him a very unique design because for some reason I decided he had a big chin. Even though he doesn't actually have a big chin. If anything, he's more like baby-faced in reality. But oh yeah, he also had a hat, which I called his Dan hat. So that's why he has a hat.
No, sorry, we're kind of looking for our own missing pets ourselves, actually.
Hey, let us unite to locate our animals.
Okay.
So, what's your name, buddy?
Name's Dan, and you are?
I'm Will, and this is my sister Holly.
It is satisfactory to breed human specimens such as yourself.
Yeah, okay.
It's kind of trippy hearing our voices, because I actually hung out with Gray the other day, after we both finished work, and his voice is a bit deeper now. Obviously, so is mine. But yeah, it's funny, like, going back to that and just sort of recontextualizing it and being like, ha. This is Benji's theme, which I later just turned into the Pets theme, generally speaking. That's a scene that I think could have been better conveyed, just because it's meant to be like Benji's hopping across the road in, you know, danger, because, you know, it's a road, and then Dolly, because dogs like to chase rabbits, it'd be like, oh, she's trying to chase him to get at him, but then she's cut off by a car, and it's like, I can kind of see what I'm going for, but at the same time, like, looking back, it's kind of unclearly executed. But I don't know.
Misty, where are you? Hey, wait a second. I see Benji.
Benji?
Wait a second. This is just a toy chicken. Meh. Oh well, I'm gonna keep it. I'll call it Cluck Norris. Anyway,
Here's Cluck Norris right now. We since call him Cluck now. But yeah, he's a real toy chicken. He bought him from like a local antique shop. I say antiques. It's like a... don't know what kind of shop it is. It has like perfume and scented candles and cuddly toys. It's one of those shops. And now he's just with us. And he has a very, like... he stares into your soul, this chicken. Cluck. Yeah, he's watching with us. He can give commentary, I guess.
excuse me. Have you seen our cat?
No, sorry.
Hi, Jamie.
Well, if you see her, could you tell us somehow?
Sure. Hey, go away, you stupid cat.
Benji!
See, Jamie is the cast member where like the lack of enthusiasm in the voice delivery actually works, because Jamie is kind of meant to be this not stroppy but not even mopey really, just like whatever, just kind of guy.
Hey, Jay! Misty, we found you. Now Adam and Slendy's purpose is pointless.
Excuse me, have you seen our cat?
No, afraid not,
Hi,
man.
George.
Okay, thanks anyway.
Sure thing. Hey, what are you doing here, little rabbit dude? You look hungry. Here you go.
So my friend George, this is another weird like friendship group thing that I just don't explain, because George is not a hippie in real life. I don't know why I made him it's because like in real life George is just this very chill, just no drama kind of guy, or at least he was back then. I think now he's sort of like more posh. No, he was more of just a lad, but like a lad with like just complete chill, just whatever. And so I decided, he's a cool chill dude. He can be a hippie.
Well, we found Misty, but Benji's still out there.
And Dolly.
Hey, how will we communicate with this hippie over here?
Good idea. Hey, have you seen our rabbit?
Rabbit, is this the little rascal?
Benji!
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 Yes, Dan, Benji.
Oh, he's so cute!
He's so cute!
I know, right?
Is there anything else I can do, man?
See, that's the funny thing about I was just checking my microphone. The funny thing about this plot structure is that, well, I do just flat out admit that Adam and Slendy's purpose is pointless, but they really just don't do anything, do they? Like, Will and Holly are the ones who find the damn pets.
Yes, I still need to locate my dog.
And my brother and best friend.
I guess they
seem to
find
have gone
Dolly,
less
but...
The name's George.
Well, thanks, George. Anyway, come
Hello,
on.
Celestial Toy Gazer.
I have no idea where those pets can be. I'm completely out of ideas. Hey, stop.
Yeah, they find Dolly. That's meant to be like, from Dolly's point of view, she sees Jamie as bacon, but again, it's just so quick, so just like, whatever, done. That it's I don't know if I was successful in conveying that. Anyway, she nearly gets hit by a car. No.
Ow, my leg.
Well, it's good to know that everyone made it out unscathed. Thanks
I guess
you
the
guys
car
for
driver
yourself.
doesn't have anything to say about that.
Then we'll be kinda stuck. Hey, do you guys want to be our new friends?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, cool, man.
I guess you guys seem okay.
Adam, can I ask you a question? Where did that toy chicken come from?
This toy
He's
chicken.
mine. He's called Clark Norris.
Fair enough. See you soon.
Da-da-da-da-da. Adam and Slendy Phillips characters being there, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they just exist in that episode. I guess Adam does technically save Dolly from being hit by a car, and then just, well, I'd say gets hit by a car, but he just gets like slightly dinged on the leg. So I guess like whatever would have happened to Dolly wouldn't have been that bad. You know, this kind of it's a cute little shenanigans episode, essentially. I'm going to put Cluck here. He's probably not going to stay there. He's probably going to fall off, let's be real. Okay, I'll just put... Christ. But yeah, that's Runaway Pets. It's a thing, I guess. I don't really know what to say. It's the first one with Dan, George, and Jamie, and they'd go on to be recurring staples, along with Sandy Phillip, who already is a recurring staple. Let's move on to Benji Finds Love, which... So Benji Finds Love was like a last-minute replacement idea. Like, I was originally going to do a later cartoon, like Loud, 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 in this slot. But I needed to work on it a bit more. It's a bit complex. And in real life, I got a second rabbit, because Benji was real. I got a second rabbit, Bam Bam, who was also real. Both since passed, Misty's passed. I think all the pets in Maddox and Friends are gone now. But yeah, because we got a second rabbit in real life, I was like, that's a good cartoon premise. Get another rabbit. Just, okay. In retrospect, like, because this one is so plotless, like, if I were to redo Maddox and Friends now, I think I'd roll this one and Runaway Pets into one. Like, Benji meets Bam Bam just while on the run, and then the Maddoxes take both of them home. But, you know. I didn't understand concise storytelling at this point. Yep, they've joined the title sequence. La, la, la.
Such perfect weather. Good thing we decided to have a barbecue today.
I can't stand it. It's too hot.
You know, you could always take your fleece off.
I would, but the animator's too lazy.
I'm actually wearing that fleece right now. I'm actually wearing the original costume right now. Like, this t-shirt was designed for, like, 13, 14-year-old me. And it still fits just about. Just about. I'm a lot thicker now. So it's very snug. But, yeah, still fits. Wearing it for a special occasion after all. And I love that visual gag of Will just melting into the table.
Ah, Dan, glad you could make it. And I see you brought George and Jamie too.
Brilliant. Let the barbecue...
They have no lines in this episode. Neither does Holly, because she wasn't here to film this.
Here you go, little Benji. Have a little roam about the garden, seeing as it's so sunny.
Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Oh yeah, I just use like B-roll of us talking in the background to sort of sell the idea of like commotion going on in the background. Ba, ba, ba. There's Bam Bam. It's love at first sight. It's so derpy. Yeah, that's a Windows Movie Maker transition right there. Some of my music did slap though, didn't it? Dun 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 dun. Ding. And I communicate their love by showing them rub against each other.
There you are, little Benji. I was wondering where you... Wait a minute. Who's this little madam? Are you in love, little Benji?
Aww, can we keep her?
I don't know why I call him Little Benji in this one.
It definitely wouldn't be a problem, would it?
It wouldn't be, but I'm just thinking about Misty. She'd probably get jealous that she doesn't have someone to love.
Hello, random ginger cat.
On second thoughts, maybe not. See you soon. Wait a minute. Stop the music. Hold on. Where was the rhyme that is usually here? I've ruined the show and my animating career.
Yeah, that episode was so last minute I forgot to include the rhyme time, which has just become a tradition at this point. So I just decided to add that in as a little coda at the end. That is probably the shortest Maddox and Friends, actually. It's about, like, 2 minutes 47, 48 seconds. Oh god, look at how, like, compressed the logo is. Because how, I think I always forgot to save the logo. So, like, when I made Slendy Phillip, I just took a screenshot from The Adventures Begin. And then when I made Runaway Pets, I took a screenshot from Slendy Phillip, so it just got progressively lower and lower quality. I love that. But yeah, that's Benji Finds Love. But now, we're here for the man of the hour. The Phlegm Duck. Everyone's favourite character. All these characters who are not in it. The Phlegm Duck is yet another instance of friendship in jokes that spiraled out of control, and I don't bother to explain it. But to be fair, in Phlegm Duck's case, I don't think it really needs it. You just need to know he's a duck. He phlegms. He's sad. And no, I didn't know how to spell phlegm back then. So that red-headed bully, I intended to be a guy, But for some reason, like, everyone I've showed it to, they think it's a girl. Interesting. I'm not going to question that. Whatever. Maybe they're non-binary. Who knows? Old double rainbow. Flim duck flim. So this song was made using an app called Songify, which is no longer on the App Store. It's been gone for years, but I thought this was just like a royalty-free instrumental at first, but it turns out it's actually like a real instrumental of a song called Double Rainbow. So
So, what skills do you have that you could bring to our team?
Fleming.
Flim duck flim. I love that job interview gag. Hi Tempo. How are you? Laos, France. Ooh, look at that very cinematic shot.
Can I take your order?
Hey, you flinned on my shoe.
You're
Oh yeah, can I activate Windows? Yeah, this computer was set up by my brother Adam, you know, the Maddox and Friends Adam, who just never bothered to actually activate the Windows. I'll move the chat up a little bit so you can... There we are. It's slightly less annoying now. Look at all these bit parts who we'll never see again. So what skills do you have that you can bring to our team? Fleming. See, this was like a case... This is another bad tendency of mine. Slutty Philip and the pets do not contribute anything to this plot, and yet they are still here for some reason. Because it was just a case of like, we have a gang, let's bring the gang everywhere. And like in retrospect, I toned that down. Like if I remade the Phlegm Duck, we should watch Meglos together. If I were to remake the Phlegm Duck, I would just not have the pets or Slutty Philip in it, just for like streamline sake. Like a story shouldn't really have unnecessary details like this in it. You know what I mean? Hey ho.
That was a tasty duck. I'm so full, I couldn't even give a...
Now that was an exquisite meal.
You didn't even eat the duck. You had the salad.
That's because I don't like eating something that was once alive.
That salad was once a part of a living plant.
Maybe you should...
So, Adam and Holly's mother is vegetarian. And, you know, she had Adam and Holly be vegetarian for the longest time. Adam sort of broke away from that first. Holly was still vegetarian when we filmed this, I think. And I don't know why, like, that... I didn't mean that gag, like, maliciously. I just wrote it in just for comedy's sake, I guess. But, like, in retrospect, it is a little just, like... It's a bit... needlessly harsh. Hey, Robert Holmes quaking in his boots.
Consider the creature that died for your consumption.
Holly's right. Ducks are really nice creatures. The way they are shy and only swim at dusk.
You're thinking of a platypus?
Yeah, but I would like a platypus.
We already have a rabbit that looks like a koala, another one that is his love interest, a cat with an anger management problem, and a toy chicken Adam decided to pick off the street.
This toy chicken.
Now you're thinking of getting a platypus?
Yes. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is ducks are really nice creatures and I would love to be friends with one.
I just love how, like... I love the paradox of Phlegm Duck being such an unusual creature, and yet Will, Adam and Holly just talking about being friends with a duck like it's just a normal, everyday occurrence that could just happen to you.
Me too. I think Dan, George, and the others would really like it as well.
But I don't think that's going to happen in a really long time.
You're right. I don't think we'll find a duck as a friend in ages.
Oh, well.
Life goes on.
Anyway, it's getting late. We should head home.
Wait, can I have your phone number? No, wait, come back.
And now for the epic chase sequence. I think this cartoon, like, of all the older ones, the wheels aren't even turning on the man. Of all the older ones, this one I think suffers from the limited, like, PowerPoint movie maker thing the most, because there's all this rain effect going on, but I want the rain to sort of like stay consistent. So I had like a set like amount of times the frames could move like per second, and it makes it look really stiff. It makes it look like really choppy, and like that's something I'd definitely correct if I would to remake this. In fact, I did kind of reanimate a bit of the Phlegm Duck back in 2019. I think I uploaded it on the channel somewhere, and it looks so much better because I actually like render the rain differently to the rest of the scene.
Are you okay, Mr. Duck?
A little bit. Please, I just want your friendship because I'm lonely and have nowhere else to go.
Oh, you poor thing. You must feel so depressed. Don't worry, we really like you.
And I'm sure
After meeting you for 10 seconds.
We'll take you in and see what we can do for you.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Phlegm Duck, Phlegm. Phlegm Duck, Phlegm. Oh god, I can't hit that pitch. God. So that's the Phlegm Duck. That's our iconic boyo. He has now joined the scene and would go on to be the fan favorite. Well, I say fan favorite, but everyone I show the cartoons to, they're like, oh, poor Phlegm Duck. He's a wholesome boyo. Which, fair enough, he is. Anyway. Now, for Crazy Asylum.
Every day.
Okay, so before I launch into Crazy Asylum, I just want to say this is probably my least favourite of all of them in retrospect. For many reasons. But one of the... I've written, like... There were 20 Maddox and Friends cartoons, and 2 of them are co-written. And this was the first one that was co-written by a friend of mine called Ben. I don't really talk to him anymore. Not for, like... drama reasons, just sort of life went different ways. Oh, what did you say? They think he's wholesome, then they see he spat in a river. Oh yeah, he's a fan fave. Hell yeah. The thing about Crazy Asylum, it was co-written by a friend of mine, Ben, and he had a very edgy sense of humor. He was very like enthusiastic about what I was doing, like when I was drawing comics, when I was animating these. He was like, we should co-write one together. I was like, yeah, hell yeah, sure, let's do it. And we, he had a very cynical, like edgy sense of humor. So did I at the time as well. And you wouldn't guess that by the cartoons, because the cartoons are so like, they're so edgeless in a sense. But this one's like kind of an outlier because it's like, it's in an insane asylum and it's called Crazy Asylum, and it. Let's just get into it.
I have deep pain in my heart. I sit in the dark room alone.
Ben wrote this.
Hoping one day to be free of my burdens. One day, everything will be better.
I think my friendship group unanimously agrees that Crazy Asylum is the worst of them too. So there's the Jelly Babies animation, which you can find on my channel.
I've seen this episode 1,000 times. I love it!
God. I don't even acknowledge that it is Doctor Who. I'm just assuming that y'all know that it's meant to be Doctor Who.
Oh, Will, there you are. Why are you resting your physical frame wasting time with such impotent, inaccurate sci-fi shows?
It's not impotent. It's an awesome show, and I think you would agree with me with all the scientific facts.
Maybe the classic era, but the new era just smells of emotional illogic. Oh, kiss me, Doctor. Of course, Roast.
So I was 15, 16 at this point. 50th anniversary was coming up, and at this point I was a real not like other girls kind of guy who was like, I like classic Who. I'm not one of those normies with all their emotions and love. It's a very shallow way of looking at modern Doctor Who. And that's just me putting those words in Holly's mouth. Holly doesn't care about Doctor Who. So I just decided to have her say that. Oh, whatever. Just checking my microphone quality. Sorry, it's just sometimes my microphone changes its own volume automatically if I'm too loud. So I keep checking it just in case. Like if I get too loud, it will like automatically adjust itself lower to the point where you can't hear me. So I just want to check that. Anyway.
Oh well. At least Misty agrees with me. Don't you do, Misty? You. Ah!
We really need to do something about Misty. Her anger problem is reaching concerning high heights.
Yeah, you're right. Eventually she may go completely insane. Get the others. We're going to sort this cat out.
But where are we going to do that?
The crazy asylum. Come on, let's go.
The crazy asylum. And why do we bring the whole gang along?
Because our feline has physically damaged us, and we are concerned that eventually she may assail this entire globe.
She may assail us.
English, please.
Oh, hi there. I am the leader of this asylum. What can we...
This is probably the most obvious example of me voicing another character. Like, at least with the house salesman, I kind of put on a stuffy accent, and when I voice Flemduck later on, it's kind of like obvious that it's a different voice. But with the crazy asylum leader, it's literally just my voice, but I think I pitched it up a little bit in post-production. Just
really do for you?
Oh, our cat has an anger management problem, and we were wondering if you could possibly provide some sessions to cure her anger?
Well, sure. I and my asylum guard Jacques.
Asylum guard Jacques.
And here is one of our crazy inmates, Maximilian Chapels the First, son of Maximilian Chapels.
This is Ben
II,
voicing this character.
In turn, son of Maximilian
I don't know what the
Chapels
accent
I.
is.
He went crazy when he found out that there was zombie version of RuneScape.
So another friendship joke that I don't bother contextualizing. We had this friend called Max. I don't talk to him anymore. You can probably see why. No. So Max was hyper. He was absolute there's no limit to how hyperactive he was. And we sort of joked that, wow, you're so hyper, you're like a crazy person. And in retrospect, it's kind of uncomfortable because it comes off. I didn't intend it this way, but it comes off like I'm sort of trivializing mental illnesses. And you'd think that I, in particular, would definitely know because my mum had died just like the year before I made this, so if anyone should know about like mental health struggles, it would be me. I suffered a lot. Like God, I had to go to therapy and everything. So you'd think I'd have like a much more nuanced and like sympathetic and not like stereotypical portrayal of mental health, but at this point when I was making them, it was more like I didn't really think about that as well. Oh, it's just crazy and it doesn't matter too much because crazy just means you're wild. It's very naive 15-year-old perspective of this.
But our inmates are treated fairly and kindly. They are offered with much food and luxuries, including gaming consoles.
Well, I wouldn't mind being here then. Oh, what's with this one? He's insane, you idiot.
He doesn't seem that crazy.
Hey, what happened to your hippie voice?
Oh, man.
Love that
Leave
joke.
all you can, this place isn't good.
Why is that?
My name is Ben, and I've been here for 3 years, but I'm not actually crazy.
Then why are you here, man?
The guy in the next cage is my best friend Max. He went crazy a few years ago, and I took him here for some sessions to calm him down. But instead they threw him into these cells because they think that's what's best for him. I didn't want them to take him here, but they did anyway. So I pretended to be crazy too, just to stay with him.
See, like, I think the story's trying to go for like despite the kind of like dodgy ethics, like I know some people probably think like, oh, you're just thinking too deeply about it. And maybe I am, maybe I'm not, I don't know. But like, I think at its core, what the story's trying to be is like, just like people shouldn't be treated this way anyway. Like people shouldn't be incarcerated for, ailments like this. I don't know. Again, I'm probably not wording it well, but let's move on. I think that's what I'm trying to go for, but it's just it's still just kind of awkward.
He's all I have, you see. I was orphaned at the age of 3.
Oh, what happened to your parents?
They were believers, please.
They were believers. You can tell when this was made.
You've got to help me get him out of here. What they said about the luxury isn't true. They don't give us anything comfortable, or at least when they do, it's not very often. I haven't had jelly babies in 2 years, man.
Jelly babies.
But if Will's taking Misty to hair therapy in here,
They'll never see her again, far or near. Come on, we must warn them.
Well, that concludes our tour. Now it's time for little Misty here to go into the cells.
Why is the crazy asylum leader dressed up as like a year 11 schoolgirl? Just a retrospective question I'm asking my past self. Like, what's with the untucked shirt and, like, mini skirt is the wrong word to use, but, like, still.
Whoa. We only wanted her to have sessions here, not for her to be locked up with the other inmates. I'm afraid that if you want her completely cured, that she has to stay here. Forever.
No! You must be crazy if you think people deserve this kind of treatment.
Hadn't the thought occurred to you, Adam, that maybe, just maybe, I actually am crazy. Now restrain them.
I'm not gonna... I have nothing.
Give back Misty!
Yeah! Slendy, no! You'll scare Benji and Bam Bam away if you static attack them. Plus, it would be of no use. Static is neutralized here. Now...
Static is neutralized? There's such a contrived reason. Did you know that this crazy asylum has inbuilt whatever defenses to block static?
Throw them all out and take the cat to the cells.
Don't move a muscle. We're gonna help you.
Oh yeah? How are you going to do that?
point taken.
Now.
Oh god, no.
No. No.
Oh no.
What on earth?
So Ben was a brony. And I decided to include that. That's all you need to know. That's all I'm going to dignify it with. Moving on.
Well, that was interesting.
Finally, me and Max are free.
Well, Misty never got cured of her anger in the end.
It doesn't matter. She doesn't need therapy. We love her just the way she is.
'Cause you're amazing.
Never change
Just the way you
it's just the way
are.
they are. Now, see you soon.
Adam, it's not the end yet. What about Ben and Max?
Oh yeah.
Do you two want to come with us?
Of course, I'd love to.
Well, that's great. Glad to meet your acquaintance. Come on, everyone. Let's go home. See you soon.
Yeah, so that is the worst Maddox and Friends cartoon as far as I'm concerned. I still have like some twisted level of fondness for it, but that's because I made it. I don't expect anyone else to be fond of it. But yeah, that's that's the lowest I get, I think. But at least that means it's only uphill from here. The boring educational episode. Oh. There we are. This is a favourite of mine, this one. It evokes the adventures begin. But there's a lion this time.
I think we're truly doomed this time.
Don't worry. I'll explain mystery right here.
I'm being more meta at this point.
Good job, Adam.
Has the lion been taken care of?
Undoubtedly.
Brilliant, then that's the end of that.
Right then, I'm off. Come on, Max.
Sure thing, Ben.
Okay, see you guys tomorrow.
Sure thing.
Bye, man.
Sure thing.
Excuse me, are you the Maddoxes?
So this
Excellent. I am Mr. Rowe.
is my secondary school head teacher. Because in one of my older comics that I made before I made cartoons, I decided to... Some of them were school-based, and in a couple of them, like, my head teacher makes an appearance. And I think he learned of it, and he was like, huh, that's cool. So when I was making, like, cartoons, when I was adapting, like, some of the ideas to cartoons, I was like, you know what, there should be one with my head teacher as, like, a villain. And he was down for it. And honestly, respect for that.
Head of Peters for school and the filming facility. Oh, and this is my dog, Alfie.
Oh yeah, and in real life he had a dog called Alfie. He was like the school dog. But it's another instance that I don't really translate well to animation, because what the hell does Alfie the dog do in this episode?
Can
Just
I just
exists.
say that I've seen your work around Peterborough, getting rid of the bulls and the lions and helping faceless people, and indeed supernatural ducks. I believe it's
Flem
truly
Duck's supernatural.
fantastic.
Well, gee, thanks.
But I have a job for you. Our school is an educational production studio, and we were thinking of taking you on as actors for filming an educational series for my completely bored students. Seeing as you lot are such inspiring role models in this town.
I never at the time I never realised like how much I made him just riff about his own school, just like, yeah, my students are bored as hell, I need outside help.
No. I'm sorry, but as touching as it is to know that people look up to me, I don't want to wake up early, act all day, being told what to do, and I especially don't want to deliberately educate children, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to turn it down.
Children being educated? Great.
I agree. As much as I like the concept of communicating about intellectual, scientific and mathematical facts to students via a show, I've got more important things to do.
Oh, really? I think you'll find that I wasn't actually asking you. You will do it.
Oh yeah? How you make us?
I think I remember actually like ironing over the script and making sure that he never actually asks, just to make that line work. Just like, yeah, he wasn't asking, it was a demand.
Look into my eyes. Deep into my eyes.
This is something I wish I could.
You are feeling sleepy.
If I were making this one nowadays, I'd actually make the stopwatch. Is it a stopwatch? I don't know. I'd actually make it like swing from side to side, because the fact that it just sort of stays there like statically is very just jarring.
Okay. You will obey my will. You will make an educational series.
We will make an educational series. I love how even the pets are hypnotized.
Now, follow me.
I wonder what brilliant events we're going on today. Are we going to the moon?
Will we go see Eminem live? We're going to destroy Justin Bieber.
Any day.
2014, this one. 2014.
Well, here's the Maddoxes now. We can ask them.
Hey Will, what are we doing today?
Greetings, humans. We are to produce an educational
I love that line
intellectual
delivery.
show in P. Risborough's filming studio at P. Risborough School. Our first episode is about
Fire safety.
Okay. That's surprisingly deep.
What about tomorrow, buddy?
We go to the South Pole, and we note how penguins flubber.
Adam's neck is really thin in that shot.
Okay, what the hell?
The next day?
We deconstruct Isaac Newton's theory of gravity.
The next day?
We pick leaves from the trees and test how many chromosomes they have.
Are we going to destroy Justin Bieber?
There's no educational purpose to that.
No! And the moral of the story is, never play with matches, children. It's bad.
Farewell, Homo sapiens.
Is this an April Fool's joke?
Why do I have a random koala in my arms?
It's
Koala.
not the 1st of April Fool.
Anaphascalactus cinereus. We must remove this illogically placed creature.
I can't take much more of this. I'm on my random craziness.
You have given us a new idea. We find out how caffeine affects the brain.
Oh god, we're off. And I'm keeping the koala.
Guys, wait, listen.
Good job, you guys. Now, sleep.
Oh no, that guy has the Maddoxes and Slendy under hypnosis. What do we do?
Here's what we do. Max and George, you distract that guy's dog.
Oh man, look at that gorgeous receptionist.
I love that line so much. It helped that George was like kind of a I'm trying to think of a PG way of saying this. He was definitely a ladies' man.
No, Max. George. Okay, Dan, Jamie, and Flenda. You three? We'll sneak up behind the...
Ah, Dolly, where are you going?
I must help them.
Me too.
Oh, for the love of... That's it, you know what?
Yeah, I should have stopped doing that.
Now you are having an adventure on algebraic equations.
No! I'll free you guys from this torture!
Oh, no! No! What are you doing? No! No! Not my hypno watch!
Not my hypno watch. God.
Where are we?
What happened?
I feel like I've been drinking wine.
I'll have this headache for
Hold
the
on.
rest of time.
Oh, no! My plans! They've failed! Oh, I'll never get the attention of my students now!
Not gonna lie, Mr. Rowe probably gives the maybe not the best performance, but one of the best performances in all of the Maddox and Friends cartoons.
Hey, Mr. Rowe, I have advice for you in your future career. If you want to make an educational series to grab the attention of your students with, make sure the actors in your show want to do it. Well, our job here
See,
is
it's a
done.
commentary on actors' rights.
Real
I guess.
quick, man. This time just flew by.
Hey, why didn't you guys help them free us?
Oh, just some random coincidental distractions to let Ben have his moment in the sunshine. Hey, what did you expect? An epic confrontation against that guy?
Well, kinda.
Well, nah, it wasn't really necessary.
Oh. Okay, I guess. Well,
See you soon! Ooh, stretchy stretch. Yeah, I still have some fondness for the boring educational episode because of, you know, the fact that I got my head teacher to be in it. Honestly, mad respect to him. Yeah, it's fun. Obviously, like, there's still a couple of things I low-key regret, like the Ben Pony thing and all that. But, you know, Maddox and Friends is definitely getting into its stride. Now for Oh the Youth today. All these characters who aren't in it. So Oh the Youth today is actually very loosely based on a real thing that happened to me, Adam and Holly. We actually went to a real aquarium. Say aquarium, it's more of a fish shop. It was like a garden centre, but it had like a fish shop in it. And Adam wanted to go look at the shabunkins. And while we were out there looking at them, a fish had ended up on the floor somehow. Like there was a commotion inside the shop and a fish had ended up on the floor. And there were a couple of like no good youths, I guess, there. And they decided to like accuse like the three of us of like putting it on the floor. And in real life, like the aquarium guy who was there was like, nah, it was just nothing happened, yada yada. And then while we were outside, the two sort of teenagers were basically acting no good. They were trying to like convince us that the shabunkins were called us something else, like kind of inappropriate, and yeah, they were just very unpleasant. So this was sort of like my like childhood way of like creatively taking revenge on them, I guess, but obviously making the scenario a bit more dramatic than it actually was.
Why do we have to come here?
Because we require consumable products for our own animal species.
basically, Adam, animals gotta eat.
Holly's the only one driving. Yeah, it is from the
Okay,
commentary
rabbit food.
documentary.
Hey, look, an aquarium. Awesome. I love aquariums. Come on, let's go.
Diddle-diddle-diddle.
Wow, there's stingrays, jellyfish, and cod best served on a dish.
And that's Adaria. Let's go.
What did you say these fish were called again?
Shabunkins, small type of fish that live in clean water.
Just Holly just carrying around pets everywhere. Just ugh.
Who did this?
What on earth's happening?
Only one way to find out. Oh my.
I'm going to ask one more time, who did this?
I believe those two teenage youths had something to do with it.
Did you two do this? If so, you will be fired from your job.
I forgot I voiced that aquarium guard. Who did this? Well, Holly voices this guy and Adam voices this guy.
And
No, we definitely didn't do it. Who did it? It was them.
What?
I beg your pardon?
See the guy with no face? He used those two rabbits, that cat, and that toy chicken to distract everyone in the shop with their cuteness, whilst he used his strange static influence to stun the fish long enough so the kid with the nasty t-shirt could grab it, throw it to the ground, and knock it
Didn't even roll
out.
up my sleeve.
How dare you?
Them kids with red red cars out on fish magic. You see and see the footprints.
I love Adam's delivery as that second like teenager because he can't tell what he's saying.
Wasn't me, you liar.
And that girl, she's the worst one of all. She was the one who told them to do it. She's a no good evil little diva.
Lies, all lies.
Yeah, right. You are all now permanently banned from this aquarium. Goodbye forever.
Because I was he like lassos a rope around them and drags them to the door because I was like, how else would I convincingly get one guy to push this group of like 4 people out of a room like forcefully? It's like, I don't know, he just lassos them and drags them out.
I believe we had a cat.
I can't believe they got away with it.
You can't just let them get away with it. They must be brought to justice.
You're right. Come on, let's show those 2 teenagers that they don't mess with us.
You two, I want you to clean out the outdoor fish tanks.
Yes, sir.
I think in real life they were just 2 teenagers just visiting the place, but for some reason in this animation I decided they were actually like working for the aquarium. God knows why they aren't in like aquarium outfits like this guy, but whatever.
I can't believe we got away with that. Those kids look so uncomfortable. Isn't it, bruv?
Yeah, Lord, we was for fire, but you're the smack in it.
Ha ha ha, check this out. Shubunkins, more like shit.
Surprise! Whoa! I believe it is time for you two to suffer the consequences of your actions.
Haha, how are you two gonna prove us guilty? You have no evidence that we did it. And there were no cameras pointing to that part of the shop when we killed the fish, and everyone thinks that you did it. Fail!
Not anymore. I've recorded everything you said on audio. Enjoy being fired.
After them. No.
Wow.
Very convenient that the teenagers said exactly the right words to get themselves fired. Because I only really thought of the camera thing like midway through writing. I was like, yeah, why wouldn't they get picked up by cameras? I don't know if that aquarium in real life even had cameras, but hey-ho.
Oh, you guys are innocent. You are now unbanned from this aquarium. I'm really sorry for my ignorance.
That's okay. Just remember in future to look at a story from both perspectives.
There's a lot of like weird like moral of the story type things in early Maddox and Friends. Just don't change a being's personality, or make sure your actors want to do it, or make sure you listen to both sides before you form a conclusion. It's just like very, not patronizing, but it's very like Saturday morning cartoon, isn't it?
How did it go?
Brilliantly. The kids got fired and we're allowed in there again.
Great. Now let's get rabbits.
Ah, of course. See you soon.
Oh, do forgive the yawning. Ugh. Yeah, that was Oh the Youth today. That's kind of like an... I don't know if underrated is the right word, but it's one that I've always had fondness for that no one else really seems to care much about. Purely because that personal connection to me, because it was a real life thing that happened to me, ish. But yeah, I like that one. It's cool. It's good. That was the last one animated on my laptop because... Oh, excuse me, sorry. That was the last one animated on my laptop because I then got a computer. Not this one. It was it was the computer before this one, actually. My brother built me a new one, and things are gonna get not like drastically different, but things are gonna look a little better. So, on to the race. That was a fun one. Thank you, Nick.
Ah, what a wonderful sunny day.
Maybe we pop down to Peterborough Beach.
No, you're not seeing that woman on the front of the GTA 5 box, young man.
So it already looks a lot better. At least like in terms of picture quality.
Look at that faceless guy. He's so ugly.
Oh no, Slendy, he's getting angry.
That seems to happen a lot in these cartoons.
Hey, Jamie. Hey.
It's
hey,
a
Jamie.
lot more meta
What?
now.
Hold her.
Well, you guys okay?
Yeah, we're cool, man.
Ben, Max, you guys okay?
Yes, and my cat. The explosion's so cool.
Alright, Max, calm down.
See, I meant to convey us going at like super fast speed, and it just kind of looks a bit tacky in retrospect. I could probably do better. I could definitely do better now.
Well, at least we're all safe.
Well.
Oh no! Holly and the pets are back there!
Oh no, damsel.
Slendy, please calm down. It was just one kid that infuriated you. One out of the 8,000 individuals that live here. And you're going to demolish them all, including me and all the pets. Would you really obliterate us just to get back at one really annoying kid?
I guess, is she really a damsel if she single-handedly saves herself? I don't know. Oh yeah, this animation is a strong improvement. Thank you, Nick.
Oh, it's okay, Slendy.
My past self
You
approves
just need to learn to calm yourself
of
down.
the compliment.
You'll end up obliterating this whole... Wait a second. Adam said that right 6 episodes ago.
Holly, you okay? What about the pets? Is Sandy fine now? What colour socks am I wearing?
I'm well. The pets are in good health. Slendy is tranquil. And you don't wear socks.
Oh yeah. Well, that was crazy stuff.
I know, right? Did you feel how fast those trolleys were going? We could have a race in those things.
Oh yes.
Whenever I sort of like would insert like a little animated gag like that, like Max's arms spinning around, it was always fun.
And Team Maddox would win.
Nah, Team Dan would rule supreme.
No, Team Ben would slay all before us.
That was a RuneScape sword because Max really liked RuneScape.
Well, we can put this theory to the test. Tomorrow, Holly can fit jets to the back of some carts, and whoever goes on for the longest wins. Deal?
Deal! Wait a minute. It's been mere minutes after Slendy Phillip had an anger outburst, and it was a really stressful experience. Do you really think that after that unexpected occurrence, I would just build jets for you?
Yes.
Well, you're absolutely right. We'll meet you guys outside our house tomorrow for the ultimate race-off. I've always wanted to build a working jet, and this is the perfect opportunity to do so.
I always love that line, just like the sort of bait and switch. Like Holly would be so unwilling to do it, and then actually she's the most enthusiastic about it.
There we go. I've applied a rocket accelerator to the rear of this four-wheeled cart and reversed the polarity of the neutron flow to give it supersonic
Doctor Who.
speed.
Brilliant. I henceforth name this cart the Maddox-mobile.
And I henceforth name my cart.
Right, everyone, time to race.
Good call, man.
Prepare to compete, everyone.
Come on, Dolly, we're going on an adventure.
Let's go.
No.
Just immediately wipe Ben and Max out.
Wow! We're going so fast!
So long, suckers!
Oh, I don't think so.
We're gonna win, man. And nothing's gonna stop.
Hey, careful, you hit my llama.
Sorry, Mr.
Connor, now could you kindly grind your car to a halt so I can get off, please?
Oh, we can't. There's no brakes.
What? How the hell did Holly forget to include brakes?
So that's my friend Connor, also a secondary school friend. I think he joined our friendship group like relatively late. Like I was already working on Maddox and Friends when he joined, so that's why he joins a bit later. He joins the show a little bit later than everyone else. But hey ho, and he liked alpacas. That was like his big obsession at the time, so that's why he rides a llama.
Well, I've only just realised we may be the fastest living things in existence.
Sanic.
Will? Where are we?
Oh no, I didn't expect us to go this far.
Well, where are we?
America, New York to be exact.
Holly, look out!
They just went across the ocean and didn't know.
Oh, is everyone okay?
We're fine. Hey, Holly, do you know where we are?
No? Why?
Oh my god! Hello, you guys!
Hello.
Bethany!
Oh, you seem to have crashed through my wall.
So, this is my older sister Beth, and her friend Pascal. They were very into this sort of speak babes. That's how Pascal talked, and Beth would sort of emulate her babes, kind of like that, you know. I no longer talk to Beth. We are now estranged. For reasons I won't go into. It's a bit too dramatic, but that doesn't really complicate things too much. I can still look back on this cartoon with some fondness, despite everything.
Football. No worries.
Despite the fact that Hugh finds them really annoying.
Oh my days! It's been so long since I last saw you guys.
you say?
How much
So long,
Yeah.
babe. So long.
Oh yes, a lot's happened since you last saw us. We've got a second rabbit Bam Bam, and oh yeah, this is our friend Slendy Phillip. Slendy, allow us to introduce you to our older sister Beth. She's a well-known artist who draws loads of celebrities.
That fact is true. She is an artist and is fairly, I think famous is the wrong word, but she is pretty successful from doing like real life portraits of celebrities. Good for her.
Oh, it's nice to meet you. How about we all catch up over a drink? Pascal! Yeah? Grab the bud.
Oh, grabbing the bud. Come on now.
Grabbing a pot.
Oh, we're gonna have a smashing party, babe. It's gonna be smashing.
No good, I can't stop this car.
Sorry, I just had to recover from that. Just the yas. Oh my god, babes. We're gonna have vodka. Hugh's just judging in the corner.
Ben, Max, you guys okay?
Hey, look out, man, we're about to crash into that building.
How convenient.
Really? You got chased by a bull?
A bull?
Uh-huh.
Well, not even my remote control repair mechanism will fix this.
No mess will fix this.
And I won't hear my alarm either. Whoopsie.
Not to worry, babe. I have a whole high security
It's all good.
vault.
It's all good.
Don't I? I do, don't I? It's a security vault filled with those
Honestly,
drawings.
it's fine.
However, I would appreciate it if you would all...
I don't really have anything to say. It's just they all conveniently crash into the same house, and you know, that's the power of friendship, I guess. I don't know. Hi, Swedish llama. Hopefully you're having a good afternoon. It is afternoon now, at least here in the UK.
help rebuild my house. That includes you, Adam, doesn't it?
Yes, boss.
Sharing is caring, babe.
Well, let's get to
Duh,
work then. Looks like we'll be here a while.
Yeah, I decided that Holly should be in like a fancy dress when, after arriving at Beth's mansion, because you know, special occasion, got to dress up.
Come on, see you soon.
But yeah, that's the race. Still fond of it. Still a very out there idea. Very energetic story. I feel like I don't really have much to say. I think it's because I've already discussed like a lot of it on that docu commentary thing that I did. But you know, I still enjoy it. Obviously, like a lot of these are still very primitive because it's still like fairly early days for me. But you know, on to the finale of series 1. Not on your side. A pun that I'm so proud of.
What do we have to get from McCall's?
We need a collection of delicious food, or our supply of consumables will be crude.
Okay, these guys are blocking our way.
I'll take care of this. Excuse me, could you move out the way so we can get to the shop, please?
So this is actually kind of based on someone I know in real life. Like, they're not actually a thug in real life, but like they were present for the audio recording of this episode, and I was like, do you want to be the basis for the design of the lead thug guy? It was like, sure.
Don't take it personally. We just want to grab.
I think they don't want us in there.
You don't say.
It's very dramatic.
Hopefully they were just hoarding the shop for that day, you know? I think they've now moved along there.
Don't make any sudden. Oh god, this is a time capsule.
Whoopsie.
Skype.
Those thugs have been outside the shop for weeks now.
They've firmly claimed their territory. We cannot access the shop.
If only Dan was here, knowing him, he'd just no-clip us through the shop wall like in G.
So the interesting thing about this cartoon, Not on Your Side, I had written it and I had recorded it with Gray and Connor and Jamie. But before I could actually make the cartoon, we had gone through a temporary sort of like disagreement. Like we weren't friends for like 3 months. And I still made the race with them in it because the plot, I just guessed the plot wouldn't really work without some kind of competition. But with Not on Your Side, I was like, okay, I should maybe rejiggle the plot. Because originally, like, it wasn't just the Maddoxes being beaten up, it was all the friends too. But when me and Dan temporarily... When me and Gray temporarily fell out, I was like, I'm just going to write him out of this episode. Just be like, he's just not here. He decided to stay in America. Although I still kept, because he voices Not on Your Side, I still kept his voice lines as Not on Your Side because they were just that good.
Or maybe Jamie and Connor could have done something.
True, but as we all know, they all decided to stay in America as Dan wanted to visit some League of Legends friends of his.
Which is true. He did have League of Legends friends in America, although I don't think he talks to them anymore. So that's also a time capsule.
Shouldn't we try phoning them to come and help?
I guess.
Madam on headquarters.
No.
He went for milk.
Well, I guess we're alone. George, Ben and Max are busy
Dan went for milk and never came back.
trying to save Flemduck from P. Risborough Maze. He's been lost in there for weeks now.
Oh, is that why he wasn't in the last episode then?
Meta.
Evidently. But because everyone's unavailable, and Slendy, Philip and Misty aren't capable of overpowering our enemies, it looks like we are unable to extinguish our problem.
I am about to prove you wrong. Hello there, I am new to this town and I believe I can help you with this predicament. Oh, excuse me, I forget my manners sometimes. I'm not on your side.
That is an awesome name.
I can totally trust anyone with that name.
Oh yes, you can definitely trust me. Just tell me whatever you want me to do and I'll help you.
So there was a mild bit of inspiration behind this because there was a show on like an animated show on CBBC called The Secret Show. It was like, I don't know if anyone, probably only like UK kids my age will remember it. But it was like this little animated show about like these secret agents. And the final episode has like a secret double agent in it called Kent Be Trusted. And I was like, that's genius. So that kind of inspired me when making Not on Your Side. I was like, Not on Your Side. It turns out Norton isn't actually a real first name, but whatever, I'll take it. Anyway.
Finally, our new friend will help budge those no-good thugs once and for all.
Wait, what if he gets beaten up too?
Oh my god, you're right. We can't just let an innocent stranger get hurt. Norton!
Mr. Your Side!
Get away from... Wow, how did you get them to move?
Oh, I've been around. Learned how to cope with such atrocious people such as them.
Well, thank you, Mr. Your Side. Hey, how would you like to be our new friend? We'd like some new company, as our other friends aren't around right now.
Why ever not?
They're busy. Some are in America, and some are trying to free our duck friends from the confusing corridors of P. Risborough Maze.
Ooh.
See, I actually remember like coming up with that background music, the do 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 do. It was like sort of something that me and Gray would just sing, just hum to each other in real life. Ah, Nick remembers The Secret Show. That's good. Yeah, that was the plot of the final episode. There was like a secret double agent called Kent Be Trusted. It was funny. But I remember coming up with that music, like me and Gray would just sort of like turn to each other, just go, and I was like, that sounds like a quirky theme. Let's have that theme for a quirky character. It just so ended up being Not on Your Side.
Come on, Max. We've covered 60% of the maze. We're close to finding Flemduck. How are you doing on your end, George?
Okay. No, Max, Ben, help me. I'm lost.
Flemduck being lost in a maze? That will come up again later.
Ah, don't worry, you'll be safe now. George, we found him.
That's actually my first time voicing Flemduck, because usually it was my friend Jamie. But Jamie was one of the friends I'd fallen out with at this time, and I'd rewritten the story a bit to include, the maze thing, and I didn't want to talk to Jamie to voice Flemduck at this point, so I just voiced him myself. So, yeah, first time voicing Flemduck. Also, the last time Ben voices anything for the show, because he makes a couple more appearances after this point, but they're all like archive material, so this is the last time he ever voices specifically for an episode. That's because Ben was kind of a he was quite a rebellious guy. He was very hard to pin down a lot of the time. Eventually we just grew out of contact with each other, just how life is.
George! Max, what's wrong? Don't worry, Max, I'll save. Ah, let go of me!
Milton, your side has really helped us.
Oh yes, he's redirected our lives towards a higher vantage point.
Max, what's wrong? Max! Oh no, something's gone wrong with Ben's rescue mission. Come on, we must help them!
I hope their current state is healthy.
This is why we didn't help them find Flemduck in the first place. Trying to look for someone in a maze is like trying to shoot an enemy in GTA 5 from 1,000 meters away. Very easy, providing you have the right gun.
Let's hope we can locate them, Eddie.
That was an ad-lib from Adam. It's one of those, like, I don't know why I wrote that, like, the first half of that line in the script. And then Adam just added that ad-lib, and I was like, you know what, that's genius. I don't think it really makes much sense in retrospect, but whatever.
Ah, we found them!
Get away from here, it's a trap!
Thugs? I thought Not on Your Side sent them away.
Unless he's in league with them.
Captain Obvious.
Oh no, this must be the end.
No raging, totally radical.
Something really funny. Oh yeah, Dan and the friends do like our Deus Ex Machina. They dress up as Sonic and save the day. But something funny was originally in the script. When the thugs were closing in on the Maddoxes, one of them was gonna say like, "Prepare to get shanked." And I didn't actually know what shanked meant. I just thought it was like generic, like hard, tough guy talk. And then I learned like that shanked literally means stabbed. I realized that would be pretty goddamn dark if Holly or whatever got stabbed by a thug. God.
It can't be.
There's a bunch of Sonic references because we're all big on Sonic.
Ah, there you lot are. I've been looking for you all over. Say, want to grab some lunch?
No!
Oh, why ever not?
Don't be done with us, Not on Your Side.
You, the one who told those thugs how friends would be here. You trapped them and used them as bait to trap us.
Undoubtedly.
Alright, I did it. I did it. I got respect and cigarettes from did it.
One of my favourite lines ever written. By me, I mean. Not just in fiction in general, but...
Here's £20 if you take this guy away.
Sure.
You don't think there's something fishy about that name? Not on your side.
Could have told us that way sooner, Jamie. So what did we learn today, guys?
To not trust someone we've just met.
Excellent. Right, time to go to McCall's. We have to get that supply of consumables that we talked about ages ago. Come on. See you soon.
So that is Maddox and Friends Series 1. I have a lot of like nostalgic fondness for making it. There's some parts that still hold up, but it is obviously very rough around the edges. Like, oh god. Especially like Crazy Asylum and parts of the race and parts of the boring educational episode. Like, it was obvious that there was no real plan in mind. Like, the only plan I remember having was that I would make 10 episodes for Series 1. And that would have been the plan for, like, Series 2 and 3 as well. But, like, things happened. But, yeah, it's obvious that there's no real, like, narrative plan for, like, character arcs or, like, a journey they'd go on. I sort of like retroactively fit it on when we get to the latest cartoons, but yeah, it's my very like I'm making it in my bedroom on a dinky laptop using like antiquated software. That sort of style is very obvious, but I think there's still an appeal to that. Oh, excuse me. Right, so now we're on to an alien encounter, and this is the beginning of Maddox and Friends Series 2, which is the shortest series at only 4 episodes. It was going to be 10, but we'll get to that later. And there's already... The animation is kind of still similar, but like in terms of like narrative delivery and all that stuff, I think there is a bit of an upgrade. So, let's get started. Including a fancy new title sequence.
Our universe is amazing.
Oh yeah, this is the space
From
episode.
the largest galaxies to the smallest dust particles that orbit in the rings of the giant planets.
Because astronomy is one of my hobbies, and obviously Will wears a NASA t-shirt, and I was like, why not just tie that in?
With its endless possibilities and complexities, forever changing. Think about it. Everywhere you look is an infinite destiny taking you on an eternal
Gonna
journey,
have a drink.
which will...
Oh yeah, level up!
Adam, would you please quiet down?
Oh gee, I'm sorry, Space Boy. I didn't even know you were into that
Space Boy. What is this, Donna Noble?
stuff. Sounds like something Hollywood delved into.
Hello, in case you never noticed, I wear a NASA t-shirt. I don't wear it for nothing, you know. And Holly does show interest.
Well, where is she then?
Gee, you really need to turn down those headphones, young man. Outside! Benji and Bam Bam wanted a romantic meal under the stars, so Holly and Slendy have gone to supervise them.
See, like, it's still like, in retrospect, it's still a little stilted, but like, jumping from, say, Runaway Pets to this, you can see there's definitely an upgrade in delivery, like vocal delivery, voice direction, like dialogue flow, pretty much. It's not just, oh no, pets ran away, let's go find them. There's more snark to it, like when I'm like, oh, turn down those headphones, that kind of thing. So I'm grateful that I was starting to grow, the characters are actually starting to show more attitude and emotion at this point. Lady and the Tramp.
Are they okay, Slendy? Good. Oh, another meteor! Oh, how watching universal construction materials falling and burning in the atmosphere is fun. Slendy, what's... Oh my... Slendy?
It's another episode that Slendy doesn't really need to be present for, but I just decided he was one of the main boys. And honestly, that gag of him being sucked into the UFO beam is kind of funny. Just...
Benji, Bam Bam, get out of it! Save yourself!
Ba 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 ba.
What was that?
Hopefully delivery of my game's lock-on card.
In case you couldn't tell, I didn't understand how video games worked back then, even though I was a fan of Sonic.
Why don't they just ring the doorbell? Benji, Bam Bam, what's wrong? What? What? Adam!
Oh, they want me to sign for it.
Adam, get out here now!
Okay. Gee, so much for parcel packaging.
I'm still proud of this sort of
Hey, let go of the door handle.
interaction.
I can't sign for it otherwise.
If I let go, they'll take me away!
They take it away because I didn't sign for it? I didn't even know the post office
like
would
this.
take legal action. This is going too far.
It's not the post office!
Look, post office or not, I won't be able to help you if you don't let go of the handle. Oh, I'll admit it. I wasn't expecting that.
No!
Oh yeah, this will come up again later.
Adam!
See, I just noticed how I actually had attention to detail in drawing like the continents and stuff correctly, so good on me for that. Also, oh excuse me, I'm going to point out that for Series 2 I slightly redesigned the characters a little bit. Like, they still look the same, it's just Will has a couple of extra lines on his t-shirt. Adam's hair is darker. His lined t-shirt is a bit more detailed.
It's okay. It's me.
Very minor, but
Where are we?
still there. Aliens.
Aliens!
Greetings, extraterrestrials. I inform this interplanetary species that we wish you no harm and would kindly like to be delivered back home.
I know it's...
Kind of inspired by the Rootons from Doctor Who. Not specifically the Horror Fang Rock one, but the kind of. But more so the gunpowder plot, like the adventure games one, you know, the ones that can fly and wriggling tentacles and stuff. Sort of the inspiration of them. But they also kind of look like brains a little bit.
No different from usual, Holly, but I don't think they're listening to you.
Silence!
Look, we mean you no
I'm still really proud of the sound design of the aliens, like how they sound. They sound really good.
harm. We just...
I said silence! Allow me to introduce myself. You have no choice anyway. I am Gratar, leader of this alien civilization. We have abducted you, humans, as we have seen your work around your hometown of Petersburg. Your resilience and courage to fight such evils as the Bull, Mr. O, and the crazy asylum leader are remarkable, I must say. We are currently at war, and our attempts at invasion of our enemy's planet have proved unsuccessful. But after seeing your ability to overcome annoying teenage youths and snobby backstabbers, we thought that it was a remarkable idea to use your strengths and abilities to our advantage in our endless bitter war.
How will you use them?
Oh, the usual way, taking blood samples, examining your DNA, removing and studying your brains, just routine stuff, all while en route to our glorious home planet of Mars.
Wow, because that's original and has never been used in an alien home setting before.
Meta and Friends.
Okay, Venus.
Last time I checked, it was surrounded in deadly acidic clouds and wasn't suitable for life.
Uranus.
Ha ha, you come from Uranus!
Enough! Tricaken, my pet. Attack!
Tricaken.
Father, I beg of you not to use Tricaken to kill them. They're innocent.
Rest.
I am the strong warrior father, and I am the dainty daughter of the warlord. I think me and Holly give good performances nonetheless.
Tricaken isn't going to kill them, but KO2469 is.
I must stop Father before he turns those poor creatures into test subjects. And I thought you had better standards than to bring up that Uranus joke.
Yeah, I feel dirty having said it. Now what?
I'm so proud of the set piece. Like the floor falling under them. And the way Tricaken like sort of swung when his hook, not his hook, his what's it called? His pincer, like latched onto the thing. He sort of swung over the edge. I'm still proud of that.
Oh no.
I understand physics. Good for me.
Where are we?
Looks like an observation deck.
They didn't break anything. Good for them.
Oh! Whatever will we do? Alas, we are doomed to be used as test subjects to aid the aliens in their war. Oh look, Mercury. Mars must be on the other side of the sun, or we'd be there already, and likely slice dice and serve with Bryce.
That is why you must flee. It's okay. I'm not here to hurt you. In fact, I oppose my father's plan. How can we be sure of that? This button here would teleport all aliens on the ship to the sector if pressed. I haven't pressed it.
Well, I guess we can trust you.
You must if you want to escape, and if you want to save your friend. Why? What's become of them? I saw what happened in the corridor. Tricaken activated a trapdoor, hoping that it would encourage all of you to climb into that vent, lead straight to our lab, and directly to our robot scientist KO2469. It's likely starting its experiments on them. But how can we save them? Like I said, this button brings all aliens on the ship to this room. But this also includes KO2469. This will allow you to enter and free your friends undetected.
That's a good transition. I also feel sorry for Holly that I had. You must talk in your higher register.
However, at least one of you must stay here to keep them all distracted. If they teleport to this room and see nothing, they will immediately report back to their rooms within 15 seconds. Every suspicious feature in the room delays their return by another 15 seconds. So, one of us must stay behind to occupy them from returning back to their original positions.
I'll do it. I have the perfect way to distract them.
Okay, we're ready. Good luck.
My daughter, are the Earthlings in here?
I don't know, Father, but I heard something.
It's a pretty broken, like, security measure. Just like, oh no, if there's the slightest thing wrong, it teleports all the aliens to one room. That's very convenient and very broken.
This better work.
Experiment starting. Alert, alert, disturbance in room 103.
That must be Will, Holly and the bunnies.
Nope, just...
Oh god, I remember Adam was being really difficult while recording this one because he was so bored. Because Adam, when we started recording the Maddox Friends cartoons, he and Holly were both really up for it. Holly was always up for it, but like the more time went on, the more like it just kind of became like a matter of obligation for Adam. And then while during an alien encounter, like while recording that one, he was just really like not having it. I was like, Adam, come on, please.
Well, Gratar's daughter, Julatrius, is actually helping us to escape before we reach Mars. She and Will are distracting the others and buying us time.
Well, looks like Vic's going to help Will.
No need for that, brother.
Will, but how did you escape that route?
Oh, I just showed them outtakes from our previous videos. Side-hurting stuff. You should have seen them when they got to the Slendy Phillip ones.
So, to recap, this Slendy
Well, let's start looking for a way out before...
Alert, alert, subjects are escaping.
Stop ignoring the tension and run. Hey, it looks like we've encountered a form of interplanetary ship escape booth with controllable orientation and landing. We just need to get in before...
Halt!
And I'm the one encouraging tension.
You will not escape. You will be our back.
Huh?
Let's say you will be our salvation.
Maddoxes, flee now before they return from watching another outtake video. But we can't enter the escape pod. I can achieve that for you. But now you must go before it's too late for you and your planet.
Our planet? Why would our planet be in danger?
Father didn't tell you the whole story. We come from the future. In a few years' time, my species will start a war.
See, look at the continents. I did a really good job there.
So strong. They have the ability to overpower and
Don't know if I traced it or not.
ships. Father wanted to go back in time and kill off the humans off guard, so invasion of your planet
Skull.
would be easier. Father saw you battling villains in your town and getting out of sticky situations with ease.
Sepia.
Use what you had to make our species strong enough to kill you all within days. I never wanted him to invade Earth, nor harm any of its inhabitants. So when I learned that he was planning this, I wanted to do anything in my power to stop him. I may be betraying my own parents, but I don't care, as long as no blood is spilled.
Julatrius, thank you.
It's fine. Now go, while you still can.
What a goddess. Yas Queen Slay.
Goodbye, Julatrius.
Hope we meet again. Well, actually, that would be bad, because it would mean that the other aliens would...
Come on!
Do you have any idea how to fly this thing?
The controls are similar to that of the NASA van.
I'm not sure that's a good thing.
Oh yeah,
Well,
I reanimate, like, that sequence of them flying out of the ship and this whole conversation sequence, I actually reanimated it in 2019. I uploaded that to the channel somewhere. And that reanimation, oh my god, it looks so much better than this.
hope we won't see them for a while.
Don't get your hopes up.
Why'd you say that?
Remember what Julatrius said. In a few years' time, their species will start a war with the human race. She never implied how much a few is. It could be a few thousand, or it could be simply a mere few.
I'm scared now. Are we almost home?
We're coming into land, yep.
Good. See you soon, maybe? I hope so.
See, that was always like an open-ended thing. Because I've always had like fantasies of like Maddox and Friends, the alien invasion of Earth. Like a sequel that finally makes good on that that open-ended, ominous note. Just like they finally do come to Earth. But I think that something like that would need to be like a big like movie-long event, and I am not in the position to make a Maddox and Friends movie. Oh my god, no. But no, it's always been like a fun sort of like idea on the edge of my mind. Maybe one day I'll go back and do it, even though Maddox and Friends is over. Maybe I can make good on that in the future. We'll see. But no, I reanimated that ending sequence and see, like, I don't really want to go back and reanimate all of like the older Maddox and Friends cartoons, because even though they are very primitive, I think A, there's a charm there, and B, it's more creative to pursue new ideas and make them good rather than, you know, cover old ground and improve that. But at the same time, I am often so tempted. I'm so tempted. And obviously I've tried like renovating bits of episodes in the past, but part of me wants to go like, what if I did remake the Flenduck from scratch? What if I did remake an alien encounter from scratch? So on and so forth. The government should hire the Maddoxes. They stopped a bull, an evil happy lady, and aliens. Yeah, we're very overpowered. Holly, the technical expert. Will, the guy. Adam, the other guy. And Pets. And Slindy. Oh, do excuse me stretching. Oh. Let's hope the microphone is still... Yeah, good. Right. So, that's the start of Maddox and Friends Series 2. I think that's already an upgrade in storytelling, I think. Like, it's still, like, a bit... I keep using the word primitive. I think, like, there's definitely been an evolution from the start. In terms of, like, animation quality. Obviously, it's not to my current standard. But I think, like, the storytelling has evolved to be... better as well. I didn't know what word to use. I think there's definitely a story structure there now. It's not just like wackadoo thing happen and characters are just like, wow! Anyway, on to the granny who didn't shut up. This one was also very loosely based on real events. Me, Adam and Holly did go to a charity shop in real life, and there was like a granny just rambling to herself pretty much. And then she just started talking to Adam for no reason. Obviously it didn't last for too long. It was just like a quick little like, did you have a teddy bear when you were younger kind of thing. And then she just sort of like laughed to herself, like when he sort of like gave responses, she gave an anecdote, and it was one of those yeah, and they just sort of like shrugged bemusedly after it happened. But I was like, that is funny. I'm gonna like extrapolate that into a full episode, and that's what I did.
Why must our passage through the high street be averted by entering this four-walled structure containing material goods?
Because we need alternate outfits, so our viewers don't think we wear the same body odor-ridden NASA t-shirts and stripy tops every day.
Psst, I'll let you in a little secret. We do.
Now, as not to bore our audience with a...
Just the start of... I say the start... Why did I say the start? Just a lot of meta in later Maddox and Friends.
fashion display, the animator will just make them appear in the light of day.
You can see a bunch of things in the background, like Sonic characters, as I think that's meant to be action figures, some Minecraft things up there, and a GTA 5, but it's called GPV. No, GPAV, and a Santa hat. I don't know. Background gags of 9 years ago.
Wow. Ah, this is fantastic. I'm loving this new tee.
Just the logo, just slap the logo on his t-shirt. I love that. Later on, I do the simplified logo trend. Like when I brought back Maddox and Friends in 2019, I would actually draw the logo myself and eventually just simplify it rather than just have the actual logo.
What do you think, Clark? What's wrong, buddy? Do you want a friend? Okay, let's go to the toy section and pick out a friend for you.
Ollie, do you think he knows it's just a toy?
OP is well aware, but that does not stop him from having tea parties with it.
Now, let's see. What do we have here? Oh, hello. Who are you? What are you doing in there?
So that's Tilly. Tilly is a cat that Adam and Holly's mum had. Because we had Misty, and she had Tilly. And I wanted to get more... See, the thing about Maddox and Friends is that it's very Houston East. It's very Will centric. Like it's like my friends. It's my life. Like Adam and Holly. Sure, they are main characters, but there's none of their friends. Nothing from their lives specifically. And I always offered like, yeah, do you want your friends to be involved? And they were always just, nah, fair enough. But I always wanted to just include more of their lives in it, and Tilly was sort of a way of doing that. The problem with Tilly though is I just never do anything with Tilly. She's just another cat. In fact, like whenever I mention all the characters in Maddox and Friends to my friends, they always forget that there even is another cat. Which, fair enough, I don't really do anything with Tilly, so.
Oh, look at this adorable, scrumptious little possum cat.
That's Adam voicing the granny, one of the best performances in all of Maddox and Friends.
Oh, is she yours?
Oh, thank you for the offer, dearest. You're really a true gentleman. Some of the youth of today are just so impolite and rude. Don't you agree, young man?
Yeah, I guess.
But anyway, thank you for this cat. But she doesn't seem to be very comfortable around me, does she?
See, at least I'm equal opportunity. I took the mick out of teenagers in Oh the Youth Today, and I take the mick out of the elderly in The Granny Who Didn't Shut Up, so how about that, at least?
I'm starting to see why.
That reminds me of a time back in 1969 when I first met the Beatles. I was so attached to them that they deliberately left the stage one time and I tried climbing towards them. Do you remember that song, Jim?
I kind of wasn't alive back then.
But I'm really not a fan of how the youth of today, like those pesky little boy groups. What's the name of that band? One Perception.
God, I loved writing the Granny's dialogue because it's so incoherent. Now we just need to make fun of middle-aged people. Hell yeah.
That's it. I really like their main song. How does it go?
For pity's sake, somebody help me.
What's up?
Baby, baby, baby.
Stop on that lol face. I don't know what possessed me to just incorporate that onto the Granny. It's like a smear frame, but not quite. I did like incorporating, like, the more Maddox and Friends went on, the more I wanted to do like off-model things like this. I don't know if this is the first instance of it, but I'm glad I started doing it.
Wait, that song's by that beaver, isn't it?
Holly, help us!
What is wrong with you two?
Holly, we gotta get out of here fast.
What is the reason for this?
I always like pickles with a slice of clementine, but I always preferred the original honey and sausage donut. It had that heavenly taste that no other food item can ever compare to.
Wow, Adam. You've been chased by a bull, annoyed by naught on your side, and terrorised by aliens. But you're frightened of a harmless aged grandmother. You've reached new lows in my optical view.
In my optical view, I think she was meant to say metaphorical view, but for some reason I wrote it wrong.
You don't understand.
Did you ever try that new toothpaste produced by the dentist who lived in Morocco? They do wonders for my dentures as well as yours. Such a shame he decided to start swallowing kitchen towels. I always loved his pen antelope.
I'm just senile and say any old random stuff.
Wow, I will admit she is a little nutty. We're acquainted with Dan, and not even his randomness is enough to surpass hers.
You'll remember the days that muffins had toppings of tortoise toenails. Back in my day, tortoises controlled the weather from the Arctic Circle.
Somehow this woman's craziness is hurting my brain.
Listen, it's been nice, it really has. But we kinda have to go now. Adios.
But if you never ate the eye of a panther, their silky fur will never unlock the secret to the Australian catfish.
I don't even know what she's saying at this point.
Well, we'll just be on our way now. Bye.
But that's when my husband whacked the snake with the letter J. He was such a good man. He had lots of acorns on his tail too.
I think I was definitely trying to go for like an Abraham Simpson sort of just rambling, like nonsensical stream of consciousness.
How is she doing this?
Somehow, she is so attached to us hearing her stories that she has somehow generated a space loop that brings us straight back to her if we go too far away.
How is that even possible?
Hey, this is the same universe that has a personified duck, a teleporting Homo sapien with a lack of facial features, and a feline with glowing crimson eyes and an anger management problem. Don't question it.
And we can't make her stop talking.
Wait, maybe we
Invincible
can't
Granny.
speech patterns because we're already in the trap. But it could be possible that anyone not locked in this situation can silence her. If we can get our friends to help make this granny shut up, they may be able to break the space loop.
Give it a try, I guess.
Oh yeah, it's a rare instance where Slendy and the pets just aren't there to be there. They are actually there because they have a plot reason to be there.
Slendy, grab Misty. We need your help.
Well, in theory.
Yes, I know she doesn't look like much of a threat, but you need to make her shut up before you're caught in her space loop too.
My, that's a nice suit, young man. I remember my grandfather's penguin once had shoes like that. He couldn't stop laughing whenever I asked where are the bagels.
Damn it, I got in the loop too.
That is clearly obvious. What is not, however, is who are we going to call now?
Charmander, I choose you.
Squirtle, use water gun.
Water gun? Ha! Pathetic.
So me and Dan and Jamie and Connor, we'd all made up after I'd posted Not on Your Side, and Gray saw saw like how I had tweaked the plot. He reached out to me and was like, okay, let's make amends. And we did. And so I sort of just started sewing Dan, Jamie and Connor back into Maddox and Friends, but with the plot point of them just being in America now.
Hey dudes, look what I got.
And George lives with them.
You brought a dog into the hotel? Who on earth brings a dog into a hotel?
Has he got a name then?
Name's Ted, 'cause he's so cuddly, man.
Because George, I think he still does have a dog called Ted. I think Ted's still around. Good on Ted.
Cheese swag.
Who dares to raid me in the middle of a Pokemon battle? It looks like Will's calling you, man. No! Stay away from my phone, Connor.
Fine.
Yellow.
Dan, you gotta help us.
Sorry, buddy. Can't. I'm all the way in America, remember?
Oh yes? Such a shame. I'm sure Dolly would be devastated about all the bacon she'll miss out on.
UK equals bacon.
No, Dolly, come back! God, Will, how did you always manage to get us involved?
Oh, I'm just very good at convincing you.
Give us a second.
Probably the biggest missed opportunity of the Friends living in America is there's no real American culture. It's just like, oh, they just live somewhere else.
We arrived 2 seconds after leaving because cartoon physics.
Okay, all we have to do is make this granny shut up.
Really? That's a bit harsh, child. Connor does have a point. She looks completely harmless, man.
Hello there, how it beans. You like the slippers I knitted for your mother, duckling?
Okay. She may be a little nutty, but that's no reason to harm her.
Okay, try walking 5 steps away from her.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see.
And because you're already caught in the space loop, there's nothing you can do that will make her zip it up.
Well, who do we turn to now?
There's only one person we can turn to.
Oh no. You mean?
I'm afraid so.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, it's an ominous moment of like, who is this?
Hey, it's Will. I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but we need your help.
And that's when my coffee machine wouldn't snooze out my bedside lamp as the evil Queen Jerry controlled the flowers.
I'm surprised we haven't dropped dead as a result of this eternal boredom.
Wait,
Look, he's here.
Hey guys.
And it's Ben. Obviously, because Naught on Your Side was the last one he actually specifically filmed, I had to like get some archive material for his appearance here.
Was it really worth having that dramatic introduction, man?
Oh, who is this?
Quickly, Ben.
Alright.
One last pony.
Yes, I do like a cake mix of
At least I make it
fish
a
and
little
fried
more epic
potatoes.
this time.
It didn't work.
Much surprised.
Well, isn't this just fantastic? We should be eternally trapped in a looping street with a granny who won't shut up.
Oh, hey there, little toy chicken. I remember your fluffiness. It reminds me of how absolutely wonderful staplers are.
Wait. She talks to inanimate objects. That's it. Guys, I have the perfect way to escape, and it will involve the use of your alternative outfits.
Oh,
Now,
didn't pause in time.
she will deem these makeshift mannequins to be us. And if she does ponder this, then this may allow us to flee and escape the space loop we're in.
Yeah, you can see all the references. Like, there's a Cyberman head, and a minion, and a weeping angel. I don't know. Like, basically, we trick the granny into thinking these are all us, and so we're able to cheese our way out of the space loop.
Yes, of course, I remember how delicious Tiger's Eye was, because I once was able to meet the Witch of the West, as I knew her neighbour Judy.
Oh my god, we actually escaped.
Phew, thank God that's over.
Nonetheless, don't you kind of feel despondent for her?
Hey, if I don't, no one else will.
Hey man, I think this kitty she's clutching wants to escape too.
Well, it's not actually hers, so I guess it's fine.
It's always trippy seeing like the friends actually in like. There are some characters who I always forget actually interacted with each other because it never really happened. Because a lot of Maddox and Friends is just like, yeah, we're all on adventures. I don't actually really like. At this point, I didn't really think about interpersonal like connections between characters very much. So seeing George and Adam talk was kind of like a that did happen moment.
Are you bad, kitty? How dare you try escaping me? That reminds me of the time when I was eating a Venus flytrap.
This cat seems a bit shaken up by that woman's rants. Maybe we should keep her.
Wouldn't go down too well with Misty.
Ah, she's a hard nut. She can deal with it.
Well, I guess it all worked out for the best in the end. She gets to tell all of her stories to us, while we can go and enjoy ourselves. Perfect. Right. See you soon.
But that was the longest cartoon at that time. Oh god. But yeah, it's a very fun one. Credit to Adam for doing such a great job of voicing the granny. Jesus, I don't think I could have done such a good job. See, my impression just doesn't compare as far as I'm concerned. It's like a quirky little concept. I like it. Right, so now we're on to How the Slendy Philip Stole Christmas. This is aside from Slendy Philip, this is the only other parody in all of Maddox and Friends. And it's kind of an out of universe thing. So it's a Christmas special.
Twas the day before Christmas in the town of P. Risborough, and a lot was happening in the streets of P. Risborough. Hey, I couldn't think of a better rhyme for that word. If you want to buy this bread loaf, it's going to cost 12 shillings. No.
See, a lot of these background extras, obviously not the ones actually on screen, but a lot of the ones you saw in that panning shot are actually based on real people I actually knew in secondary school, because when I was starting Maddox and Friends, to get people's attention, I was like, does anyone want to be like turned into a cartoon? And I actually drew like little sort of portraits for people who were like, yeah, do me. And then they just always served as background extras in like future cartoons. Even like when I brought Maddox and Friends back in like 19, some of those same extras still appear, just with the updated aesthetic.
The entire town was busy. Everyone loved
Flenduck's only appearance in Series 2?
Christmas a lot. But there was a man who lived in the heart of Whiteleaf Woods who did not. He was the Slendy Philip. He lived in the woods, and he hated everyone in the town just because. A few Christmases prior, he'd been called ugly. Ever since, he glanced at the town smugly. He came up with ways to bring their demise, yet his accomplice always thought of ways to criticize.
I'm actually kind of proud of the rhymes I did. Also, this is the only Maddox and Friends to not have a rhyme time, because it would just be redundant.
You can't just fire RPG guns at the town. The snowflakes would just chip them and tear them down. Hey, I'm only trying to help you, fool. All I'm here for is to be your tool.
Seeing as Jamie was about to drive him crazy, Slendy kicked him out of his residence just to stay sanely. He hated Christmas with a burning passion, so much he'd start a war with a ration. He heard the enjoyment of P. Risborough kids. He decided to attack, maybe crack their ribs. As he dashed towards the boys with his static growing strongly, a wild dolly appeared and made herself homely. She stroked her head up against Slendy's leg, helping to soothe
See, that's a case of like Benji's theme just becoming a general Pets theme.
him, knock him down a peg. And then he thought of a marvellous idea. He would take this dolly to be his reindeer. His plan was, in short, to be Santa Claus, but his intentions, in fact, were not for the cause. He would snatch all of the presents from under all of the trees. It'd be like that Doctor Who episode with the disappearing bees. And so, he set to work, making a Santa outfit. He was so proud of himself, he had to Instagram it. He knitted the outfit. It was a perfect disguise.
That was actually
and Dolly was tied to the sleigh for
the real Philip. That was actually his real username on certain websites. I won't say what, just for its privacy's sake.
a fly. Now you may ask, how would Dolly jump a fence? But hey, it's a cartoon. It doesn't need to make sense. And so, at nightfall, they began their quest. He'd have to be careful though, to avoid an arrest. They landed on the first house. All was silent and still. And then he slid down the chimney as easily as a spill. He entered the front room, stealing...
See, all those, like... Slendy Philip was kind of a difficult character to animate, because I always insisted on having, like, his piles, like, his long, like, curled up piles of arms on the floor, no matter what. And for some reason, I also insisted on never moving his legs, so he always just glided around the place, because that's what Slender Man in the video games actually did. You never actually saw him walk, or at least not in the earlier ones.
all of the decorations, all of the plump turkey and the chocolate temptations. He shoved them up the chimney with a singular tentacle and pulled it back soot-covered. Spiders are plentiful. He then went OTT and stole all of Beth's drawings. This did not wake them, however, as they were drowning in snorings. Slendy then clambered back up to the sleigh before loading on the stolen goods and moving on his way. He repeated this facade on every house until he stole everything, including Adam's spouse.
No!
Don't worry, Cluck, you're safe.
He stole throughout the night, and those are the facts. He stretched to stealing Jelly Baby's boostrings and Max. He even stole from George's bush and vanished.
That's kind of awkward, because the girl in that picture was George's at-the-time girlfriend. They didn't last.
And when he noticed his items missing, George uttered, "Man." Then Slendy saw the Maddox house consumed in counting sheep, but no chimney was visible, so he had to steal some sleep. He awakened the Maddox pets as they ran away in fear. Slendy just ignored them, shedding nor a laugh nor tear. He danced about the room, taking everything in sight. This was infinitely easier due to Misty
You can tell when this was made.
fleeing in fright. And then he saw the tree and undressed it violently. That's not what you're thinking, the show's a PG. Soon after, he had successfully stripped the tree bare, but before he could leave, he heard creaky stairs.
See, Holly's meant to be like the Cindy Lou.
He turned around quickly, facing the figure. It was Holly with a cup and a noticeable snigger. Sunny held up a sign saying, "Is that an empty glass?" Holly replied,
No, this is my impersonation blast. Basically, if any burglars are stealing our stuff, this machine will trap them, and that is enough.
Soon light buzzed out of the glowing drinkware, and Sunny Phillips started to be absorbed, faster and faster. Within a second he was gone and soon taken to court, ruining the original story and cutting it short. But oh well. Soon Christmas was being celebrated in the town of P. Risborough, and nothing more happened in the town of P. Risborough. I seriously need to think of a better rhyme for that.
Peak fiction, you're damn right. That's how the Slendy Phillips stole Christmas. Oh god! Stretch. I don't really have much to say about it. As I said, it's the only other parody in all of Maddox and Friends, because there's Slendy Phillip and then How the Slendy Phillip Stole Christmas. So it makes some kind of weird outliers, in a sense. And it technically is canon, because, well, you'll see a gag later in Happiness Shall Prevail that explains that. So, on to the last one of Series 2, Loud, Loud, Loud. And this one has quite a jump in quality, animation-wise.
The device is almost perfected.
Look at how much smoother it is.
There we go.
Hey, Holly.
In the name of the deceased dodo, Will, don't jump out like that. This equipment...
See, this is a case of me, even though I was still using, like, PowerPoint and Movie Maker and all that stuff, I really, really wanted to push it to its limits. And so this time I was like, I want it to look smoother, I want it to be less choppy, and so I made sure to put more in between frames. And oh my god, that drastically inflated like the production for this one. It took like, see, like the first Maddox and Friends, it took like 9 days. I think this took like close to like 3 months, and I was so burnt out at the end of it. That was one of the reasons why Series 2 ended prematurely, but I'll get into that later.
It has taken me many hours of hard
Look,
work and
that
dedication
backwork.
to collect, assemble,
That background details Slendy trying to eat crisps.
and operate, and to knock everything over this close to completion time due to your unexpected appearance would provoke me to throw Missy at your face.
Gee, sorry. What even is this thing anyway?
It is an electronically powered, telescopically operated cannon with controllable orientation and zoom control, fueled by a string of negatively charged particles from the national grid that has the ability to amplify sound to a destructive rate when focused on a certain object.
Cool. What are you going to use it for?
The destruction of Robin Thicke's house and career.
Oh.
That is one of the best delivered lines in all of Maddox and Friends. Just bravo to Holly, and bravo to me for writing that. But no, Holly actually really hated Blurred Lines, that song that came out in 2013. And so I just decided that that should be a thing. She should just really hate Robin Thicke.
Once I turn on this microphone, it will project any nearby sound straight into the targeted object and destroy it. But, depending on the amplification of the sound, it might ripple throughout the world, so don't make any sound, okay? Just leave this to me.
Okie dokie.
There it is, hashtag Thick.
Who's playing that music?
It's coming from next door!
Another gag, visual gag.
No, the device amplifying music across the world.
That is Max and Ben's last appearance in Maddox and Friends, I think. Because obviously they were no longer voicing the characters. And when I brought Maddox and Friends back, I was like, there's no point in keeping them around.
Turn it off! Good work, Slendy. Oh, my ears. If the volume was that bad for us, I can't even imagine what it was like for the animals.
I'm really putting a lot of oomph into that voice delivery, aren't I?
They're probably trying to create runaway pets too.
Who was even playing that loud music anyway?
Like I said, next door. We recently had 2 DJs move into our right, and I just knew that they were going...
So, one of those... I think both of them, but one of them, the one with the shades, is actually inspired by... this is another case of me, like, venting my frustration through creativity. He's based on someone I actually knew who was, like, really into dubstep. And he was very, like, criticising of like everything I did. There was a bit more to it than that, but I won't go into detail because it's very
It's been
personal.
trouble from the very moment I saw their gigantic speakers.
Didn't you request that they keep the noise down?
Oh, believe me, I tried as hard as I could, but they couldn't hear me over the music in their headphones.
Perhaps we should confront them about the issue. Although not tonight. They seem to have stopped the progression of their obscenely loud music.
I guess you're right. They do seem to have shut up. Anyway, I'm kind of worn out. I'm gonna go hit the midnight train. See ya.
I already told you, Will. Don't go near that station again.
Okay. Gee, I'll go to bed instead. Wah! Not again.
It's the first time we see more parts of the house, like the bedrooms and stuff.
This is pathetic.
Why are they playing music at this time of night?
I'm putting headphones on so I can't hear.
This is the only cartoon of the original one that Adam didn't voice any lines for, so I used like not bit parts. What am I thinking of? Basically just other material to fill in those gaps.
You know what? This has gone on long enough. We have to do something about this. Adam, really? You really think that's gonna work? No. We have to take a different approach.
Well, let's hope this works.
Oh, for the love of God!
Do these people have no consideration for their neighbours?
I guess not. We've done all we can do for now. I'm sure we can just get used to it. Come on.
This is a really good transition here.
Shut eye. I didn't get a single second of sleep last night.
My situation was very similar to yours, I must say. Adam's badly hit by the lack of rest, and the pet's still attempting to make a sequel to Runaway Pets.
Okay, this is getting out of hand. We need to shut these DJs up now. Wow, they must have been very loud. Looks like they've attracted quite a crowd.
They're probably all here due to the amplifying machine, magnifying the volume of the DJs across the globe. Even Beth, Dan, Connor, and Pascal are here.
What's happening?
Turning up the bass.
That's it. Into that
Bump your head.
The heaviness of the bass is tearing the town apart. We must stop them.
Come on, through the window. They're still turning it up.
It's an unexplained phenomenon that this house hasn't collapsed yet.
No.
Well, that was easy.
There was meant to be a whole like defeating scene there where we like talked smack at them, just like, you two are in big trouble. We're the Maddoxes. I am the one who knocks, essentially. And like we would have like thwacked them with an anvil. That would have caused their house to collapse. Their house collapsing would have caused like the rest of the houses to collapse. It would have been like this really big set piece. But I'd already been working on this cartoon for like 3 months at this point. Oh, poor child. If only he knew. If only he knew how hard he'd have to work, how long he'd have to work on future cartoons. But I just wanted it to be done, and I completely removed that set piece because it was also very ambitious anyway, and it would have taken like another month or two to work on. So I just cut it short, which I regret doing because that's a very anticlimactic ending. But hey ho.
Well, looks like that's over and done with.
Hopefully we won't have to deal with them again.
Believe me, I hope so too. Anyway, see you soon.
Indeed it is, Chris. That is you. But yeah, that's the end of Maddox and Friends Series 2. And there were more. I had plenty of other ideas for Series 2. Like there would have been the alternate machine, which I actually I did end up doing like an animatic sort of narration of that one. There was another one that would have been like a follow-up to Beth and Pascal. There was one where they would have gone on like a game show. I had a bunch of ideas. But basically there was a perfect storm of like real life occurrences that happened. At this point I wasn't really talking much to Gray and Jamie and all that. We weren't on bad terms per se. It's just we'd gone separately because we were in different levels of further education. Like, I'd gone to sixth form, worst experience of my life, which completely crushed all my confidence, which was another reason why I stopped. I wasn't really seeing Adam and Holly much anymore because we were growing up. Benji, well, Bam Bam had died in real life, and Benji followed like a couple of years later, as did Misty. At sixth form, I had some pretty bad experiences with people who like directly actively wanted me to hate my own animations. And that sort of, that jolted all my confidence, and I was like, well, that must mean they're bad then. And so I didn't work on them. Like, I eventually did go to college, and I did enjoy college. But I was also like kind of a broken person at that point. It didn't help that there was also a lot of like real life trouble with my family. That's when like me cutting off Beth happened. Like, there was a whole drama around that. I was basically just a empty shell of a person by that point, which is a shame because I actually really enjoyed like what I learned at college. I enjoyed the environment, but I just felt like I couldn't connect with anyone. I didn't feel a drive personally, and I felt like I was just going through the motions basically, and that kind of sucks because they're some of my most formative years, and I just didn't make any Maddox and friends in that time, so it just passed me by. But in 2017 I started getting more active in the online Doctor Who community, and I met Hugh, who would end up being my partner. And in both of those cases, like with Hugh, I showed him Maddox friends. In the Doctor Who community, I made a couple of close friends who I also showed the cartoons to. And I felt very sort of like embarrassed that, here's these old don't judge me. They're a bit naff, but like I had a dream, okay? Like, you could look at these. And when I showed them, they were like, you had potential there. You should do it again. I was like, I don't know. I think I'm past that. And they're like, no, do it. And I was like, okay. And focusing on Hugh specifically, because Hugh, 2015 through 2017, probably the worst period of my life. Like, just awful time. And I met Hugh at the start of 2017. He was the one redeeming thing about that year for me. Just Jesus. And so when I brought back Maddox and Friends, I decided that he should be a part of it, and I should sort of like commentate on that. So that sort of explains how we go to Maddox and Friends Series 3. We're now in widescreen in HD. I'm still using like antiquated methods, although I've jumped to Premiere Pro rather than Movie Maker, which is a bit of an upgrade. And if I just squeeze it and then get the chat up just so I can see y'all. That's more like it. But yeah, I decided that Hugh should be a big part of this revival, in a sense. I never did like capitalize on the ideas. Well, I kind of did, like the Series 2 ideas, because some of them I just grew to dislike anyway. Like, I can't do the Beth and Pascal one because I don't know Beth anymore. And the alternate machine one, the one with the clones, I did adapt it, but I still think the plot is just a bit bad, so I haven't. But I want to pursue new ideas, and that is what I did here. So let's get started with Happiness Shall Prevail. I just want to check what it looks like in the view. It looks fine. That's a banger.
I'm in. I'm back in the game.
So you can see that there's definitely... It's still using like the sort of PowerPoint-ish method, but I decided to implement like more... Like they blink now, they turn their heads. I think the last Maddox and Friends, like Loud Loud Loud, I made that when I was 17. So that would have been 2015. 4 years later, 1892, I would have been 21, 22 at this point. So a fair amount of time has passed for me, and I'd learned a few things. It's still frame by frame, but it does look so much better.
Calling out.
I'm proud of this set piece.
Ow!
Receiving you loud and clear, Will. Now for some helpful exposition. All those friends which the title of the show refers to have mysteriously disappeared. Slendy, George, Dan, all of them vanished. Holly was working on a machine to follow their traces and just about finished it before she too disappeared. And after 2 sleepless weeks of trying to figure out how the goddamn thing works, we seem to finally be on their trail.
So I was able to get Adam back, because Adam actually moved in, because Beth had moved out of our house. Hugh had... I think Hugh had moved in? He was about to move... He either had or was about to move in, and Adam moved in too. So I had easy access to him, basically. The friends... we'll get to that later. And Holly... I haven't actually properly seen Holly in quite a few years at this point. But I still had like some old unused dialogue, so I was able to cover the friends and her with that, at least for this episode. I think this is the best one plot-wise. I think it's pretty up there. I agree, Nick. But yeah, I decided to sort of like frame it as like this. It's been a while and something's happened, sort of like to entice you back into this universe.
Yep, knew that, thanks.
Now, as far as I can tell, this machine doesn't have any way of measuring the security of the facility you've broken into. So, you're going to have to be pretty careful and try not to trigger any alarms.
Hold up a second. I'm sorry, this whole split screen thing is kind of irritating me. Ah, there.
Will, what on earth were you thinking? The tracking machine is back at the house, so now I'm clueless about where to go, and also in as much danger as you.
Danger? What danger? It's been quiet as a mouse ever since I broke in.
Alert. Alert. Intruders detected. Activating laser defenses.
Oh.
I forgot I used that voice. Oh, it looks so... I forgot about that. I actually made it look pretty good.
Right. Hopefully things should calm down now.
Will, look. Security door.
Looks pretty high tech. Holly's good, but I doubt even she could bust this one open.
She wouldn't need to anyway. It's opening.
Time to find out.
This was the first scene I animated, this one.
Hello, I am Mrs. Happy.
Mrs. Happy was inspired by me looking back through my old school books. And there was like a writing exercise written in one of them. Just like Mrs. Happy smiled so... No, Mrs. Happy went to school. She smiled so much that she nearly exploded. And me and Hugh had a good laugh about just how, like, how insane that sounded. We're like, that would be a fun idea for a villain. So here she is. And I voice her... I do her voice like this, and it happens a bit in post-production. Essentially. Hopefully I didn't blow the mic. No, I didn't.
Mrs. Happy?
Quite so. Welcome to my lair. Here you will bear witness to my ultimate plan.
Yes. Obviously evil villain with an obviously evil scheme. I get that, but... Mrs. Happy?
Indeed. Now, for someone as naturally merry as moi, you can understand my disappointment to hear that there are some people in the world who are quite upset. And thus, I have decided to rectify this. By enslaving your knowledgeable sister, I have developed a machine that will extract the happiness from those placed inside it. In this case, your friends, and beam it to those who need it the most.
Oh, fantastic.
I know, right?
Hey, get on with it.
So that was just some old dialogue that I just stapled into context. And also, I just love the way they all look. Just, they're so done.
You want to make the entire world happy, so in order to do that, you'll strip others of happiness. Isn't that kind of self-defeating?
Your irritating sidekicks keep saying that, and I'm honestly sick of hearing it.
Hey, that's not very nice. That was pretty harsh, man.
I mean, ma'am? Half our cast is either moody or depressed. You're not going to milk a lot of happiness out of them.
Yes, well, you see, do not question me, my plan is flawless.
Sure. Holly, do your thing.
Of course. Hey, Steven, don't unplug that machine. No, I won't. Now. No, stop.
I mean, she doesn't unplug it, she turns the off switch button.
Good job. Crisis averted. Slendy, teleport her over to the crazy asylum. She'll be well looked after under Ben's new management.
Yeah, that's what happened
Everyone
to Ben.
else all right?
Sounds tired.
Me too, mate. Well, hey there, stranger.
No, Adam, there is a person in the machine.
I'm especially proud of like Flemduck's new, like when he talks, like his beak actually sort of, it doesn't just go mup, 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 mup. There's actually like fluidity to the way he talks, and I'm really proud of that.
That happy lady put a guy in there to test if it really could drain the happiness from someone.
Oof, this won't be pretty.
And here's Hugh.
Oh, I've been rescued. Really though, you shouldn't have bothered.
This will come up again later.
Hey, don't talk like that. You're fine now, buddy. Come out of this ugly machine.
What's the point? We'll all end up in confined spaces underground just like this anyway. Except at least them will all be suffering.
That's very edgy.
Oh, yikes. This machine sure did its job alright. We might have to spend the rest of this adventure raising your spirits. Adam, what else do we have on the schedule for this episode?
Let's see. Polly invents a cloning machine. Then we star in an episode of Countdown. And then we attend a masquerade party.
Those were the Series 2 ideas that I never did that I referenced earlier.
It all sounds way too grandiose for me right now anyways. Bumping down the list. This guy's... what's your name?
Hugh, if it really matters.
Hugh's emotional state is more important.
Okie dokie.
Aww.
Yeah.
There's a very subtle heart between the two of us there. Oh yeah, Flemduck has a party with these two ducks. When I was telling specifically my friend Jenny about Maddox and Friends, she really grew to like Flemduck and sort of invented like a couple of characters like Egg Duck and Fez Duck. And I was like, you know what, I'll just acknowledge them in canon, why not? And Emo Duck, that was something another friend of mine came up with. I just noticed he doesn't have any legs. Oops. This is Peril in Playa Valley. It's like a short that I put out in 2016 that was like a 3D test. It's not very good, but I added this in to narratively explain why, if Holly's so clever, why doesn't she just have a machine to restore his happiness? It doesn't work.
You're wrong, for you see, the fact that you spoke is a common misconception. Oh, nobody cares about your misconceptions, Connor. Oh, come on, man. That's harsh.
I hope you don't overwrite. Shut up.
Oi.
I forgot some of these in-jokes.
I don't like this show.
Hugh did not like Doctor Who when I met him. I changed his mind. And that's how the Slendy Flip stole Christmas. That's how it's canon. Because it turns out it's a story that Will wrote in universe. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of references on this board, like what happened to Beth, what happened to the Maddox's observatory, what happened after the events of Loud Loud Loud, so on and so forth. Adam even makes a reference to like the fish shop.
Oh well, that aquarium shop has recently had a renovation. They now have clams.
Sorry, Adam. I'm still trying to cheer Hugh up.
Really? It's been many weeks now, and there's been little improvement. I think that machine did its job too well.
Well, I'm not giving up. We've been a salvation for quite a few people over our previous adventures, and I'm not going to cave in now.
Alrighty then, I'll catch you later. Good luck.
Thanks.
Bleh.
Okay, well, what about bacon? Bacon's pretty delicious.
There's better food out there.
See, it's interesting because I say Hugh helped me, but I also helped Hugh because Hugh was also coming out of a rough patch because he had been in a somewhat abusive relationship prior to me, and he was also like bouncing between like hostile living environments, pretty much. And he was in a very cynical point in his life, and so was I. And so this sort of is kind of like a subtle is a commentary on how we basically helped each other, because I help him and he helps me, and that's how it works.
What? Oh, come on. There must be something that'll lighten your spirits.
Granny, Mr. Rowe.
Chocolate gatto?
I can get on board with that. So,
I'm not going to go into detail because it's not safe for work, but a topic of conversation in mine and Hugh's first ever conversation, forgive the double usage of word there, a topic in our first ever conversation was a chocolate gatto. Again, I won't go too in depth, but afterwards Hugh said it was like the best conversation he'd had with anyone in months, and so I want to commemorate the thing that sort of united us, I guess.
Things really have dried up around here recently. Oh, for goodness sake.
well, that was delicious. Now back to feeling down again.
Hey.
That is actually meant to be representative of Jenny there, along with another friend of ours.
Hey, don't worry. At least we
Well,
tried
at the time.
something. How about that?
I confess, I am touched by how much you care. In fact, it's helping more than you think. But, I don't know, that machine must have been really effective. I just feel glum.
Sadly, I'm out of ideas. I've tried everything I can think of. Who'd have thought that my last idea would be chocolate gatto?
Oh well, you tried your best. I mean, that edgy dragon show almost got me there, but those last 2 seasons were kinda crap.
He's a Game of Thrones fan.
Oh no.
The Return of the King.
What is it with this book? Does it hold a grudge?
See, we've never even seen like these kind of like profile perspectives before. This is the kind of thing that I want to incorporate more of in Maddox and Friends, and also like different hand posture, like something like this posture Adam's doing, something that I'd never really done before. So I'm definitely glad that, you know, I'm definitely taking steps.
Against us or something. My time to shine.
No.
It's alright. I'm okay.
That's good. I'm glad you're okay.
That's wholesome.
This is the corniest ending of a cartoon we've ever done. Shh. Well, good to know everything worked out well.
And we have a new addition to the ever-growing cast list.
Well, really, I'm flattered.
Right, time to put him on top of the and friends pile.
Wait, what?
Righto. See you soon.
Welcome to the club.
Basically a commentary on how we have like 1 billion friends and like most of the viewers can't tell the difference between them. But that was Happiness Shall Prevail. That brought back Maddox and Friends with style. It reinvigorated my passion for animating, for 2D animating especially. It brought Hugh into the world of, you know, my animations. And honestly, it was great coming back to it because I haven't watched it in a while. I haven't watched a lot of these in a while. I sort of whenever I make a new animation, a new video in general, I sort of I watch it kind of obsessively for like a week or two just to see if there are any flaws, and I just sort of like distance myself from it. So whenever I come back to it, I'm always like, I did do pretty impressive there, didn't I? But yeah, I did consider like maybe that should be the finale to Maddox and Friends. Like maybe, okay, like it was nice bringing it back, but I don't know if like this is sustainable. Like maybe this could just be like a fitting coda to the show, like Like, this just ties everything up. It just sort of heals some trauma, and then I move on. But this was 2019. The next year was 2020, and we didn't really have anywhere to go that year. So I thought, let's just keep going. Why not? So, the wedding of Benji... Hold on. Let me just squeeze that into frame. Because I want to see the chat as well. Just in case y'all have anything to say. So, the wedding of Benji and Bam Bam. This was actually a Maddox and Friends short at one point. Like, basically, along with the full cartoons, I had a series called Maddox and Friends Shorts, which is basically just short, like 1 minute sort of skits, pretty much. And there's a compilation of them up on the channel somewhere. And one of them was the wedding of Benji and Bam Bam. I swiftly removed it not long after because I just thought I didn't execute it very well. And I was like, I'll redo this someday. And then Bam Bam died, and then Benji died. So I was like, maybe not. And I had never kept the original like file because again I wanted to redo it. But when coming up with ideas, from when I decided, look, okay, Max and Friends, Happiness Shall Prevail will be the start of series 3. What idea should follow? I was like, I could always do that wedding of Benji and Bam Bam thing. Like capitalize on that idea finally. Like I've healed from their passing for long enough. Let's, commemorate them in this episode. And it's like Benji Finds Love. It's one of the shortest Maddox and Friends. But I think that adds to its charm. So. And Hugh is now a main cast member. It's the last one where Benji and Bam Bam feature prominently in the plot. Right, so... From the guest list so far, we have Dan, we have George, we have Connor. Hugh's obviously here too.
Also, Slendy, Jamie, Flendup.
Ah yes, glad someone remembered. That's a stroke of luck. But yeah, everyone in their proper places. Slendy is the priest. At this point, I was actually using After Effects, and you can tell by how smooth it is. It is so silky smooth, and I'm proud of that. The only problem is, because it's early days, I'm still figuring things out, and the outlines of the characters are really thick. I do not know why they are that thick. Obviously, I'd refine that, but... And our groom awaiting the bride. I hope Mr. Benji isn't too worried. I know this is a very daunting thing, but...
Well...
And I... Oop! Sunday is the priest. Organ version. Tilly's most prominent role is being the bridesmaid.
I always get so emotional at weddings.
Are you crying, Flenduck?
No.
There's Cluck.
I am Fleming.
Right. Does anybody want to switch seats?
You couldn't stay quiet, could you?
Guys, shut up. Shut up, hippie.
That turning shot of Bam Bam. Proud of it, but it's also uncanny. Ba, 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 ba. Off they go to start their new bunny lives together. Misty is the horse chariot, I guess. Enjoy the honeymoon, bunnies!
Brilliant, that's the end of that. How convenient. Hey, hippie, do you want to take my llama for a ride? How are you even legally allowed to have that in?
That was a bunch of B-roll material.
They grow up so fast. Anyway, we send our love and we'll be back soon. Lots of hops, Benji and Bam Bam. P.S. We are making good friends here. Attached is a photo of us with this cute other couple, Pepsi and Jasper. Aww.
Pepsi and Jasper, one of them was a real rabbit, since deceased, Jasper. The other one still is a real rabbit, Pepsi. We have him downstairs in the kitchen right now. He's Adam's rabbit, technically, because Adam bought him. But Adam has a bad tendency when looking after pets to just sort of stop looking after them. So he's been de facto mine for like a few years now. And he's cute. He's basically like Benji, but completely black. You can see him on the left there.
That is cute. But how did they even write that?
Oh.
See you soon.
That one was kind of interesting to return to because like it's in the After Effects style, so it's smooth, but the outlines are still thick, and it's like I'm like, oh, this almost looks good. But no matter. So I'm gonna crop this down. So Silent Saint Golden was produced the same year. In fact, it came out on the last day of 2020, I believe. At least I think it did. And basically, a big fear, not fear. When I was when I brought Maddox and Friends back, I noticed that because I got Adam back, but I was very nervous to ask him. Because again, like sometimes it would just be a matter of obligation for him and not real passion. He was still up for returning, all that stuff, but I was scared to ask anyone else. Like, I barely talk to Holly anymore, but even if I did, I think I'd be petrified to ask her because I don't know if she'd be willing or not. Like some of the friends, some of the friends were actually like, yeah, I'd like to return, and yet I'd be terrified of asking them. I don't know why. I just had this long running fear. I'm just gonna check the stream on my phone just to make sure it's still going. Yeah, I had this long running fear that they just sorry, I'm getting distracted. I had this long running fear of asking people for their help, pretty much. And I was like, why do I have that fear? Like, it's just so, like, people are willing to do it and all that stuff. But I decided, why don't I make a cartoon that capitalizes on not asking people for voice lines, that sort of like explores a scenario where the characters can't talk. And so I was like, maybe I could work on that. And so that's the result of what you're about to see here. Da, da, da. Silent Saint Golden. It's dawn in Petersburg. Will and Hugh sleeping in the same bed. With cuddly toys around them. We have all these cuddly toys in real life. Similar case to the wedding of Benji and Bam Bam. Still After Effects. It's still smooth. Just the lines are still really thick. I actually made the lip sync like actually match up to words. I can't remember what the words were though. So
Here, try this.
What's this? Whoa. Wow. That is weird. It's saying what I want to say.
I forgot
How is it
I
doing
used
that?
text to speech.
This device directly broadcasts the thought patterns of its holder via artificial speech emulations. It should assist us and allow us to communicate during this temporary limitation of our vocal expressions.
Why does the voice for you sound like Google?
Oh, do hush, Adam. We must formulate a plan to regain our silenced voices.
How did this even happen in the first place?
It transpires that one of my mechanisms malfunctioned. 'Twas a device which amplified
Oh,
voices
yeah.
and projected them through a cannon-like structure.
Hey, I remember that one.
Links back to loud, loud, loud.
Indeed. Well, I decided it was too powerful and proceeded to dispose of it. I surmise that I did so in a careless manner.
There we go.
Because it turns out a component within the device encountered errors and caused the apparatus to enact a function completely counter to its intended purpose. Even with its connection to the national grid severed, the machine spent its last few reserves of stored battery power to reduce the volume of our voices to an inaudible degree.
See, I made it sort of like technically line up because while writing this script, I remembered, in Loud Loud Loud, I said it was like connected to the national grid. How do I get around that? I could say it's disconnected, but say it also has like a stored battery life, and that's how it's able to do like this error.
Dear God, talk about extreme unluckiness.
Quite so. Now, the positive information I can express is that I have located the mechanical element which caused this unfortunate incident.
Oh boy, and the bad news is...
I am unable to fix it with the surrounding equipment.
Wait, for real? Please don't tell me we are gonna be stuck like this forever.
Oh, not necessarily. We just need to venture to the shops and acquire new batteries. I cannot risk connecting it to the national grid again. All hell might break loose. 'Tis best to proceed with this lower-powered approach.
Seems legit. Let's get going.
Seems legit.
You okay, Hugh? Oh, sorry. There you go. Yay.
I completely forgot that I used text-to-speech for that entire sequence. It's funny nonetheless.
Right, just a quick trip to the shops and back for some batteries. We can manage that, right? Especially with this device to help us talk to anyone we might bump into.
Yeah, off we go. You know, on top of its usefulness now, this thought pattern machine would make for a great birthday present for Slendy Philip.
Inconvenient manhole. I love that. There was a background extra. So they see McCoy's, formerly McCall's, but now McCoy's, because I decided to...
Hey guys, guess what? I said, hey guys, guess what?
So that's old voice lines for Dan.
Any day now. Well, you're both just stupid.
See, I'm impressed by my ability to like recontextualize old dialogue to make it fit new scenarios and
Sorry, but
to
could you possibly tell me where the
to
nearest
fit new
HQ is?
scenarios and you know, work around it basically.
Okay. How far in that direction?
And funny, sort of like getting characters to sort of mime things.
3 what? Meters? Miles? Kilometers? Light years?
Sneak into the door. Oh yeah, that's the Oliver Bennett background cameo. So
Can I help?
Oliver Bennett is a friend I know in real life. Okay, not real life. What am I talking about? Is an online friend I have. That's what I meant. And his online avatar is like he's wearing like a blue hoodie, but for some reason in the photo it looks purple. And he has a balloon where his head should be, with like a spooky like pumpkin face on it. And for some reason I just said that looks cool. I'm gonna just include it as a running joke in the animations. He first appears in like Halloween with Maddox and Friends 2, and then he just keeps appearing in the cartoons from here on out. My hand's very large in that shot. I get the batteries.
Well then, you seem nice.
Wait, you didn't pay. What the hell?
Holly is exhausted.
I'm
Welcome to the spontaneous Key Ridgewood karaoke contest. Think you've got what it takes? Win to receive this plushie of a chocobo from the Finite Fantasy series.
We actually have that plush. It's somewhere on the bed. I'm not going to go up and get it though. Yeah, he's a Final Fantasy fan as well. Just want to acknowledge that in the animations.
Already we have a
Iconic shot.
Fire away when you're ready, sir.
Get on with it.
Oh yeah, I just realised he doesn't have a voice to sing with.
Excuse me. If you're not going to sing, step aside and leave it to the professionals. Ahem. My
Flammaconda don't.
My Flammaconda don't. My Flammaconda don't want to phlegm unless you phlegm on my phlegm. Oh my gosh. Look at me phlegm. Oh my gosh. Look at me phlegm.
Flammaconda, I'd actually written those lyrics years before. And I was like, I want to like incorporate them in a video sometime, but I just never got around to it. But it was nice to finally find sort of like a natural place for it to fit. I've sort of just decided that Flemduck sings now. I guess that fits his character considering like Flemduck Flem from his debut. So, you know how it is. This is my favourite scene from this episode.
It worked. I could speak again. I never realised how much I love the sound of my own voice.
Oh man. Well, that sucked. I'm gonna go and drown my sorrows in lemon, lime and vodka, because I cannot be
Adam Maddox!
What?
Well done for remembering to do the obligatory rhyme of the episode. I nearly forgot to do it myself.
Ooh, that's a relief. Now, Will, a question. Did this cartoon seriously only happen because a certain animator was too lazy to do all the mouth movements and lip syncing, as he finds it to be the most tedious part of the animation process, and also because he didn't want to have to put up with the hassle of arranging the availability of the voice actors?
I feel called out. But yeah, the lip flap thing is another thing. Like, oh my god, animating mouth movements is the most tedious part. It's just so like so many intricate sort of like teeth and teeth ridges and tongue. Just is so much to do.
No, never. What are you two talking about?
I don't know, Will. Hugh's talking a surprising amount of sense.
Hi, Jerry the
I
Maker.
can't think of any other reason why this story would come out in the first place.
For the art, Hugh. For the art.
Oh yeah, I just decided I wanted to do art. I made all these in Photoshop. They don't look very good in retrospect, but at least they look like paintings.
And besides, I'm sure Holly would agree with me, right, Holly? Holly? Oh, right, yeah.
Tapping her foot like Sonic.
Marvellous. It's all done. Holly, how you feeling?
Oh, and we're out of time, folks. I hope you enjoyed this crazy adventure. See you soon.
Okay, you realise that was kind of rude to interrupt her, right?
I'd actually kind of forgotten how fun that one was. Because I mostly just remember like the thick outlines. Getting Time Lord Nictorious vibes from the way he was animated when he got his voice back. Yeah, I think because I was animating them around the same time. No, that was it. I animated this. Then it was Time Lord Nictorious, I think. And then it was Flemduck the Hero, which is the next one. But yeah, like... yeah, in between this and Flemduck the Hero, I animated a project for the Universals, the Doctor Who themed group YouTube channel that I'm a part of. I animated a project for that where Will actually... It's canon, screw it. Will actually makes an appearance in character. I'm not going to watch it on stream though, because it's not part of... It's canon, but it's not part of Maddox and Friends as a series. Yeah, that happens between those two. And then we're on to Flemduck the Hero. Now, the last three cartoons, Flemduck the Hero, Will's Wallet's Wear, and Table for One, as far as I'm concerned, these are my peak. Like, these are just perfected Maddox and Friends. I am still very proud of these three. So let's get started. Before, hold on. I have to keep cropping the widescreen ones. I have to keep cropping to fit the shot of the screen share. Sorry. Tunnel Look Twice animation was great, smiley. Thank you, Nick.
You know, it's a tough life out here for a duck such as myself. I could go in depth about my troubled upbringing or the discrimination I face.
This is a long shot of Flemduck talking. I mentioned previously how like tiring lip syncing can be. Oh, I really put myself to the test with this one. But yeah, it's a Flemduck centric one because Flemduck's a fan favourite, and I was like, you know what? Let's do one. Let's do a Flemduck centric episode.
On a daily basis because of my Fleming. But most frustrating of all at this point in my life is how I'm often treated as this underdog. Well, underduck if you prefer.
Underduck.
I've known the Maddoxes for, well, a long time now. And I've always strongly admired them from the moment I first saw them in that restaurant
This is another favourite episode. Thanks, Nick. Yeah, the flashback to the Flemduck making it look way better than it did originally.
Working at, standing up for what's right, fighting against injustice and misdeeds, showing friendly compassion to anyone who's oppressed or down on their luck. They have such an inspiring, courageous energy about them, which bleeds into every person they associate with. The Maddoxes and their friends, righting wrongs, making the world a better place.
Also, this music is a bop.
There's me. I try my hardest to aspire to their bravery. I really want to help them out with what they do. I want to be a hero. But no matter what I do, I just can't achieve it.
I noticed when that like thought bubble disappeared, it blurred away, and there's a lot of like with this one and the other two, the next two. I started implementing a lot of extra like film editing techniques, like specifically like camera specific attributes, like blurring, and so I mentioned I went to college earlier. At college, I actually studied 3D animation. And I decided with this one, I should actually start implementing that with 3D cell shading. And so you'll see aspects throughout this cartoon that are actually 3D. And I sort of like weaved into the animation. I'm really proud of how they ended up. Oh, speaking of Time Lord Victorious, hey! Flemduck says all this good stuff about them. They steal a house. Then they steal a house, yeah. Oh god. Yeah, Time Lord Victorious in the background. I forgot about that. I love the post coffee beans. All these fairly reasonably priced things. And almond milk, £40. Soy milk, £300, 1 pence. Water, 1p. I love that.
Get this straight. You're a duck.
Yes.
Who chose to work at a restaurant.
I also love the improved thickness of the lines in this one. I think this is perfect. The perfect thickness here.
Yes.
Where they cook and serve duck.
Yes.
And not only were you fine with that, but you also looked up to and chose to befriend the very people who were eating some duck in that restaurant.
Yes.
That's a conclusion I only reached like a couple of years back. Like, yeah, Flemduck saw these people eating duck and was like, I want to be friends with these people.
Never mind, we're straying from the point. So you want to be a hero?
Yeah.
This is also sort of when I realised that Hugh actually makes a really good sort of straight man to like ridiculous scenarios or like characters, you know, basically pouring out their troubles. He makes a really good foil for that.
I want to help improve the world. I want to make people smile, to know that I've done my part in making their time on this earth a better one. I want to be appreciated.
Alright, I get that. We all have goals. I want to perform on Broadway someday.
What's stopping you?
Starring in these cartoons.
And
Hugh
so
likes musicals.
Frustrated. I've tried so hard to help out, whether it's alongside the Maddoxes on their adventures or by myself, but I always just seem to fall flat on my face.
Any examples?
Well, here's the first one that comes to mind. A long time ago, I was out on my daily flat.
I told you this would come up again later. The events of Naught on Your Side sort of are sewn into this one because I decided, you know what? Flemdock wasn't in series too much. I should probably explore why. And so I retroactively sew it in.
But I quickly found myself stumbling upon an unfortunate situation.
Mummy.
Speaking of Universal members, Jean-Luc Harry, everyone.
Mummy, I let go of my birthday balloon and now it's flying away.
I couldn't just float there and watch that show.
Also one of my favourite voice performances in all of Maddox and Friends. Because Jean has such a great... he has this just really can't be bothered, really just yearning for death kind of energy about him. And I was like, I want that. I want that for, like, this kid character. Do that. Jean-Luc Harry cameo. Yeah, you're damn right, Nick.
I had to save the day, so I quickly took off to the sky,
My
flying
birthday
as hard
balloon.
and fast as I could to grab that balloon, just so I can bring it back to that poor kid.
That's nice of you. Were you thanked?
No, because I ended up failing.
He is very funny.
I realised too late that I was moving far too quickly towards that balloon, and it didn't end well.
He lands in the maze.
I hit the ground really hard, spraining both of my wings and getting a concussion.
That's why he couldn't fly out.
That sucks.
That's only the half of it. Turns out I had landed slap bang in the heart of the Risbro maze, which I ended up stuck in for weeks on end thanks
And that is an example of me blending 2D with 3D.
to my injuries. And eventually the
It
others
still
came
looks
out
really
there
good,
with
I'm surprised.
rescue just to save me, which was its own disaster
I guess the walls of the maze are a bit thin, but oh well.
in itself.
Okay, yeah, that does sound a little rocky, but your heart was clearly in the right place. And anyway, first attempts always suck. You know, if at first you don't succeed and all that.
Oh yeah, of course I tried again, but that still didn't go the way I wanted.
This also told you this would come up again later.
This time, my opportunity to save the day came in the form of alien visitors from another world.
I was so glad that I got to reanimate the flying saucer, the UFO, because rewatching an alien encounter, I was looking at it, I was like, oh my god, I do so much better later, and I really do, because this is also 3D cell shaded. It's animated in Maya. All the 3D elements are animated in Maya, and then I put cell shading textures and like lining on them to give them the same aesthetic, and it looks so good, so good.
Are you serious? Aliens?
Shh, let me finish. When I caught up to the UFO, I saw the Maddoxes themselves, the very people who inspired me, being sucked up into it. I knew I had
You get to see those events from a different perspective.
to do something to help, even if I was just a measly duck going up against a flying saucer of immense unknowable power.
Alright, I'll bite. What'd you do?
I flew right up to it and I gave those aliens a piece of my mind.
It's watching all the cartoons in one go that's really giving me an appreciation for how much better I've become at framing shots. Because in the original, the shots are kind of like, especially in an alien encounter, for example, like it just cuts to UFO in sky, beam down. Whereas that one shot from Flemduck's perspective of like you see the UFO above the observatory and like Will being sucked in and Adam holding on, like I've become so much better at framing shots.
Hey, listen here. I don't know what your intentions are, but
The
I
stars
demand that you
twinkle,
let
too.
my friends go right now.
Did that work?
No.
These duck and raps.
Yeah, this is starting to form a pattern, but you shouldn't give up hope yet.
But as you well know, that wasn't the last time I messed up while trying to save the day.
I think I said this would come up again later too.
Now continue assembling the happiness training machine. And no more questions, or this duck won't have much to smile about anymore. Now, I still need to test the machine once it's ready.
I did not plan this while making Happiness Shall Prevail, so this is another retroactive thing. Like, maybe I should explore this through Flemduck's perspective.
It really can extract someone's happiness as designed. But who should be my test subject? This duck, perhaps? Not the worst choice, but I think I could find a more appropriate subject.
Knock knock. Delivery for Mrs. Happy at the secret underground lair, including
Highly flammable high-vis.
to feed to disobedient prisoners. Well, I'm here to deliver, not to judge, so please hurry up and sign for it. I'd really just want to go off.
Hugh origin backstory.
Wow, why have you got all those people caged up back there?
You sing too much. He'll do perfectly!
You sing too
It
much.
was bad enough that I was the captive in this scenario, but now some poor innocent bystander was about to suffer too. I couldn't just stand by and watch. I had to act, so I did what I do best. Hey, over here, happy lady.
Oh, this is such a good shot.
Ah, my eyes! The goggles do nothing. Oh, what a world, what a world. Why is it so sticky as well? Someone hand me a tissue, this is gross.
But yes, it feels because I realised looking back at like the earlier episodes, the fact that Phlegm Duck phlegms doesn't ever really come up much. It's just he is a duck that phlegms. Like it's never really plot relevant, if you know what I mean. But it was nice to actually implement it in this episode, like properly, narratively.
Yeah, that heroic attempt obviously didn't work out either.
Just be grateful that I've decided to let that one slide.
I appreciate that.
Alright, so these attempts at helping out have gone bad, but so what? Does that justify your outlook being so sad?
Well, that wasn't even the end of it.
Had the time of my life owed it all to Hugh.
Maybe I should go off on my own and do a bit of soul searching.
This was interesting because I got to do like some scenery drawing, and I did it in a very like nice stylistic way.
And self-reflection. So I was on my way to Tibet when...
Oh, another Universal's member down here. It's David.
No! Grab onto this rope!
Oh, cartoony thing.
Look, I tried, okay?
Oh, this shot. Oh my god.
Maybe Tibet wasn't for me, so instead I visited...
I understand, like, I'm maybe, like, fanning my own ego a bit, but, like, I see these old shots that I worked so hard on, and oh my god, they still look so good. Like, that shot of, like, the waves washing over those seashells, I'm like, wow, I really did good there. Also, there's, this other duck in the background. Oh yeah, Thomas does come up in a second.
These seagulls won't stop attacking me for me some way.
Oh, this is another... Okay, so this is Adam Martin. Oh, excuse me. Adam Martin has his own YouTube channel. I recommend it. He does videos on idents and other obscure television stuff. This shot is another blend of 2D and 3D because the ocean is 2D, Adam and the seagulls are all 2D, but the boat is 3D. And so it was really nice, like, meshing it with the background and, like, making it look like he's actually in the boat without making him slip or whatever, and, like, overlaying the ocean on top of the 3D.
Someone help!
And make it rock as well. I think this is definitely my most ambitious animation, like, in terms of technique.
After that, I considered maybe I'd be better
I forgot Adam Martin was in Time Lord Victorious. Yeah, he's technically a Universal too, I guess.
suited to city life, but...
There's Thomas of Universals. Phlegm Duck displaying his naivety.
Don't worry, I can help you with that.
So gross.
Thanks, buddy.
Honk.
At the end of the day, every time I try to help out, I just mess up. No. But I just wish I could be a hero as effortlessly as they can.
And there's the Maddoxes across the another blending of 2D and 3D. The van is 3D. And There's the Thomas scene where he inadvertently aids in a car theft. Yep. There's Oliver Bennett. Because for some reason I decided that the Oliver Bennett character... He's not actually called Oliver Bennett in canon. I don't even know what he actually is. But I decided that he really likes candy because of that Halloween short. So he went into the fruit shop and decided he really didn't like it. And then Holly aids him to the candy shop.
Look, I get that it's your dream to save the day and all that, but sometimes we're just not cut out for what we want to do. And that's the harsh reality we have to face sometimes. Besides, they're professionals.
Oh, it's the fruit robber.
No! There's a robber entering the shop that the Maddoxes went into!
Oh, thank God, I thought he'd never leave. I could feel myself cringing while giving that inspirational talk. Why did I even agree to have this meetup with Flame Duck anyway? What a waste of an afternoon.
It's like we have this... There's always been this sort of thing where we decide, like, even though we're friends with Flame Duck, we decide we don't actually like him that much. So it just sort of adds to the tragedy of his character. This is Connor. Not the same Connor, a different Connor. He has a running joke about squeezing the lemons, so that's why I made him a fruit robber.
Alright, listen up. I am the fruit robber, and I'm here to rob your fruit. No one leaves
One of the best lines.
here until I get it all.
Recycled scream from an older one.
Now, just to make sure no one tackles me during this perfect crime, I'm going to have someone else pack the fruit for me. You two, start packing it all into this sack. Don't try anything clever.
Can't think of someone's likeness who I've captured better in animated form than Connor.
Anything! But what if I mess this up again? I don't know if I can do this.
Did you just squeeze the lemons? I said, did you just squeeze the lemons?
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Prepared to die! Not gonna lie, that sounded way more epic in my head.
My eyes! I wasn't meant to get phlegm in them.
No! Come on, everyone! Run for it!
Sounds a bit like David. Yeah, that's what he was aiming for. And yeah, Jenny and Tharies do appear in the background there as little bit part cameos.
And that's the story of how I became a hero. It was a long process filled with many trials and tribulations, but ultimately I overcame the odds, proving myself in the most impressive way by saving the very people who are usually the heroes of this town. It's very thematically deep when you stop and think about it. Anyway, the fruit robber was deported to New Zealand, and I had a statue built in my honor. Unfortunately, a gust of wind
Savor of the
smashed it
future.
2 days later. But at the end of the day, it's more about the personal satisfaction than the trophies. I am Flemduck, and I saved the day. I am a hero.
Same poster, exclusive fruit shop discount, 25% off for ducks. And there's an article that details Flemduck's bravery called The Day of the Duck Tour. I'm sure you'll appreciate that, Nick. God. But yeah, Flemduck gets a lucky break. So that's Flemduck the hero. Honestly, I think I'm definitely at my full potential with that one. And we've still got 2 more to go, so I think I definitely peaked with the last 3 of the Maddox and Friends. Like, all the others, very appreciated, yeah. All the others, I'm definitely still proud of them to varying degrees, but this is... Flemduck the hero was just complete, I have no regrets, just completely thumbs up on that one. Right, for Will's Wallet's Wear. So I mentioned before that there are only 2 Maddox and Friends episodes that are co-written. This is the second one. It's my friend Jenny who helped me write this one, who I mentioned before. And Jenny has a pretty good eye for comedy. and I was like, I think that'd be pretty good for a Maddox and Friends episode. And so I thought, so we wrote it together. She sort of sent me like a concept script, and I sort of rewrote a bit of it to make it fit more in universe. But other than that, I credit this idea entirely to her, and it features Gray actually returning as Dan, like not just archive recordings. He is actually him, like actually back as the character voicing this material specifically. And so that's good. So let's get started. Will's Wallets Where. It was originally going to be called Will's Wallets A Wall, but then David of Universal suggested to me Will's Wallets Where just rolls off the tongue, but I was like, yeah, you're right. That's Gray. There's Hugh surrounded by all these cuddly stuffed animals, including Cluck. Because we actually have all these cuddly stuffed animals in real life, and they're all very snuggly and cute. Because we're wholesome like that.
I can't believe I have to do this. It's time for a rhyme. This really is the lamest recurring joke of the show. It's also the only recurring joke of the show.
Yeah, my friend Oliver Bennett says the rhyme time is like the worst joke of the show, and so I just decided to sort of pay another nod to him in that with that comment.
Finally a chance to sit down.
Also, the way Will like glides into shot, I was like, I don't want him to just walk in. That'd just be boring. So I just sort of like made him skid in with flames behind him.
My legs are aching all over, but it was totally worth it. Dan's come back to town for a bit, and I've just been hanging out at his house. It's been ages since we last met. I sure have missed that beautiful human.
Didn't we only encounter him a couple of adventures back? Remember when we had our voices stolen?
Hugh, please. The time span of my patience is very short. Anyway, what you watching?
Oh, nothing. It's always the same stuff on television these days. It's all just pretentious dramas or travel shows where a minor celebrity goes...
It seems today that all you see, etc., etc.
Which I don't understand, because years ago family members would come back off holiday and go around your house and force you to watch their holiday footage for a couple of hours. Everyone dreaded it happening and hated it when it did. Now we get famous people to do it instead, and aired on national television, and broadcasted in hourly installments, over 6 nights. And yet they pull in millions? I don't get it.
That was Jenny's edition.
Want to waste away the evening watching this?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Hey, well, here's 6 months worth of dirty dishes from my room. And that's my cameo done for this episode. See you next time, guys.
When Adam actually lived in this house, he got pretty bad at doing household chores. Not to say I'm perfect, because I can be lazy too, but Adam really took it to the extreme. So there's me paying a nod to that.
Dishes need cleaning. And Adam isn't going to clean them. Neither is Holly.
That's one of my favourite jokes, just acknowledging the fact that I can't get Holly back. I don't... God knows where Holly is now.
I'm a guest in this household. Well, a permanent one, but a guest nonetheless, so it'd be simply rude to make me clean them. And they also won't clean themselves.
And they also don't make passive-aggressive conversation.
Just saying, have you ever done household chores?
Well, of course not. How do you think these adventures began? Well, for starters, they didn't look anywhere near this good. Yeah, that's more accurate.
So this skit, where it like flashes back to like the old style, I'd actually planned this skit years ago, and I was just thinking of a natural way to insert it into an episode, and this just provided the perfect opportunity. And Beth appears using an unused line, just because I felt like it.
Hey kids, despite the fact that you're all children who could barely handle yourselves in the wild, I'm going to randomly kick you all out for no reason, because all you three seem to do is just sit there, playing GTA, not making any contribution to this household. Now, get out!
Excuse me.
All voice lines of Adam there. Explains how we all got into this situation.
Okay, enough of the shameless flashbacks.
Can you believe that Beth has such a strong kick that she can send us to the UK?
I'll tell you what, let's not begin an argument about who's going to do the washing up. Let's just toss for it.
That's one way to clean them.
I meant toss a coin.
All right. Well, I have one in my wallet somewhere. Hold on. Where's my wallet? Damn, I've lost it. Oh,
I'd forgotten how good this cartoon looks too.
no, I had some valuable stuff in there.
Loose change, a loyalty card for the pre-Risborough Cafe, and a picture of Sonic the Hedgehog. How valuable.
Oi, one more stamp and I was entitled to a free drink under $2.99. You can't put a price on things like that. Oh, and it also had, well, £1,000 in cold hard cash.
What? That's our life savings. What have you done? Then again, maybe it was stolen. Or maybe you just left it somewhere.
Dan's house?
Dan's house.
Dan's house. Also, like, I'm really proud of like the neon lights of Dan's house.
It's no good. He's not in. That's weird.
Oh, I don't know. Keep knocking.
What, on the off chance that he changes his mind and decides that he is in after all?
Alright, cut the snark. Let's take a look through the window. See if we can see it from here and at least confirm our suspicions.
See, a lot of like the interpersonal banter is Jenny's addition. I think she really brings a lot of character to the show because I was already like improving on giving the characters identity because obviously early on they were like, oh no, pets, and now they obviously have more and more snark. But I think this one like really helps to add more to the characters.
Hey, it's on the coffee table.
That picture on the wall is Gray's like Twitter profile picture, at least at the time. And there's a bunch of other references to franchises that he likes. There's a Kingdom Hearts key, there's Pokemon Pokeballs, there's a cacti from Final Fantasy.
Well, since he's not in, we'll just have to come back for it tomorrow then.
Nah, let's just break in and get it.
Are you crazy?
No, I'm impatient.
It's hardly a good enough reason to justify breaking and entering.
Also, it's Holly's birthday tomorrow, and I need to order a high-tech wireless clever person gizmo or whatever online for her at the last minute, because I'm disorganized and I only just remembered what the date was, and I have no other way of doing that without using the card that is in my wallet in Dan's house.
I think a couple of my friends have theorized, like, was Will lying here or not? And honestly, I've never considered that, so I would do interpretation.
Okay, maybe that is a good enough reason after all.
Right, how are we going to get in? Kick the window?
It's double glazing.
Alright, kick it twice.
I still don't know about this. Getting your wallet back is all fine and dandy, but surely there's a subtler approach that won't give us away and land us slap bang in jail.
We are 2D, that window is 2D, the brick and the glass shards are 3D. Really proud of that shot.
Fine, if anyone asks, the brick did it.
Thought it would have needed two.
Great thinking, Batman. I'm glad you're here to do the softly and not the loud options that are so often chosen in these circumstances.
Yeah, I do deliver it in a very Jean way, don't I?
I can almost hear the sirens already.
Dan won't be too happy either. He'll probably hurt us too.
I'm so glad you're here to cheer me up and tell me everything is going to be alright.
We're in. Now, eyes on the prize.
Doesn't Dan have a dog?
Dolly? Yeah, but don't worry about it. Dan told me she's at Baconland for the weekend. It's like Legoland, but with
R.I.P. Dolly.
You're really just making up any excuse to have this show not be so reliant on pets, aren't you?
Anyway, I've got the wallet.
That thing sitting there is actually a reference to when me and Gray were at college together, we'd make our own. Like, I made Peril in Playa Valley. Gray made this sort of like robot thing. It wasn't very good. He'll admit that. But I just decided to pay homage to it, just on the wall there.
Wait, where's the money?
It's not in it.
Has he taken it for himself? Wait.
You've made too many videos this month. Well, trout month is over.
Hold on. Why is there a picture of Dan in your wallet?
He's my secret lover.
And why are you saying that?
Because it's less embarrassing than admitting that it's not my wallet.
Wait, so we broke into Dan's house for a wallet that isn't even yours? It's worse now. It seemed almost justified breaking in for your own wallet. Now we've broken in for his.
Oh, what shenanigans.
Oh, well, it turns out my wallet was in my jacket pocket all along and not my trouser pocket. I didn't think to check.
Oh, you absolutely...
Here's Hugh. Hugh says hi.
Whoa, sweet Jesus, what the hell are you two doing in my house?
Oh, hi Dan. I came back for my
There's
wallet.
Dan.
But that's my wallet.
Is it? Huh, my mistake. We'll be off then.
Hold on. What's going on here? Who smashed my window?
Oh, it was this man with a blue t-shirt and brown hair. I think his name began with a W.
So it was you.
Oh damn. I was describing someone who it wasn't. My mistake.
I'd forgotten some of this dialogue. It's actually really good.
The culprit was the person who did it. The brick!
It was us. We smashed a window because... Well, why did we smash a window?
Well, we smelled gas, and we thought to ourselves, better check Dan's not in, which you are.
We did knock, but you didn't answer, and there wasn't a moment to lose, so we had to
Oh,
find
that-
another way in. Thank goodness for that vandal brick smashing your window, am I right?
Enough with the brick.
Oh, I have my music on.
Oh, anything good?
I'm really gonna hurt the pair of you and stuff your legs into your mouths.
Wow, these edgy band names get longer and longer, don't they?
Dan, look, don't hurt us. Will didn't mean any direct harm.
Ha! No worries. I'm just messing with you. I wouldn't hurt a fly. You smashed a window, so what? You smelled gas? That sounds honest. You were looking out for me, as good friends do. I respect that. But, that said, you are gonna have to pay for this mess. With money, I mean.
Absolutely. How much will a new window be?
How much does a window replacement even cost around here? About, say, £1,000?
You
Universal
are
harmony
in
there.
luck.
Phlegm duck.
We may have lost our life savings, but at least we're not in prison.
Our new motto. Anyway, back to our evening plans.
Hang on. What about those dishes, eh?
Ugh, fine. Heads or tails? Oh.
What?
I've left my wallet at Dan's house.
See you soon.
Sorry for not commentating over that last minute. I was just, it sounds really egotistical, but then again, Jenny did write some of that, so like, I'm laughing at her as well as my stuff. But, God, yeah, we're good. The brick should return in the future to get revenge for Will trying to pin it on him. Yeah, that brick is gonna come back. Gonna slay us all! Oh, excuse me, just stretching. Oh. But yeah, you can see I was really like on top of my game with those. It almost makes it a shame that I just ended it with the next one. But like, I also thought at the same time that would be very fitting. I'll get it up. So the thing about Table for One is when I started working on it, I had intended it to be the 10th anniversary special, but at first I didn't intend for it to be the final one. I went into it thinking, it'll just be like the next one, and there'll be more after that, and more and more and more. But the more I worked on it, the more like I sort of fleshed out its story, executed its story beats and animation. I realized this would actually work really well as a series finale. Let's not say this universe is done, because I definitely have other ideas. Maybe we'll see more of Will and Hugh. Maybe we'll see more of Flemduck. Who knows? But I just thought 10 years, like 2013 through to 2023, that is basically just a perfect length for Maddox and Friends itself as a format. Like the format of Will, Adam, Holly, Slendy, Philip, Hugh, Dan, George, Jamie, Connor, all the friends, pets, Benji, Bam Bam, Misty, Tilly, Dolly, yada yada yada. I just thought this would be a perfect sort of wrapping up of those 10 years. And then whatever I do next, not to say it'll be a blank slate, because of course it won't, but like it will be like a sort of a nice chapter 2 in a sense, to quote Stephen Moffat. But yeah, that's how it ended up. And honestly, I haven't like returned to it in like a month, so just to put distance between myself and it. But now I'm going to come back to it, and I am going to see how it is. So let's get started with the final Maddox and Friends Table for One. Da, da, da. Fun fact, Will's wearing a different hoodie in the title card than he is in the episode. Already a discrepancy.
It's been
See, this is actually sort of like how these clothes, like the Nessa t-shirt's real. This is a real hoodie that Hugh wears, except it says New York, so I just changed it to Old Walk. He's eating quavers, or I'm sorry, quivers.
Oh, congratulations.
We've had so many pleasant memories since coming here. Many new friends made, many obstacles overcome, many evils thwarted.
Bit overdramatic, but...
While this episode doesn't use any, like, 3D, it does use a lot of, like, you know, blur effects and, like, transitional effects, so it's still, like, experimental, just not in the 3D way. But, you know. Also, there's references to Oh, the Youth Today, to Loud, 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 and Silent St. Golden, to the last episode, Alien Encounter, Dan, any episode that Dan's in. Hello again.
Okay.
I just want to commemorate the occasion, you know? 10
We're watching the last
I'm
one.
going to throw a party and invite everyone over, so we can all reminisce about the good old days.
Feeling a bit nostalgic, are we?
You bet I am. Right, I'm going to check that everything's all set with the siblings.
Too fast.
See, the thing about this episode, like Will being really enthusiastic to get the old gang together, to like relive the glory days, to make them celebrate an event that means a lot to him, it sort of ended up being like a metatextual commentary on just these later Maddox and Friends cartoons, because even though they're really good, it's me dragging Adam back, it's me bringing back like all these old characters with, you know, old voice lines they recorded years ago and like recontextualizing them and making them fit, revisiting old ideas like with the wedding of Benji and Bam Bam. It's like, it's sort of a metatextual commentary on me trying to relive like 2013 pretty much. And this episode is basically I think that's why it works as such a good conclusion, is because it's sort of confronting that no, things just move on and that's okay. So
Oh, Adam, guess what?
this is the first scene I animated from the episode.
I was just coming to tell you that it's been 10 years since we moved in here.
Oh, what a coincidence. I'm just in the process of moving out.
Adam was actually moving out of the house in real life at this point, and I think that was what inspired the episode. Like, he was like, oh, I'm moving out, and I'm like, okay, I'll have you move out in universe as well. And then that sort of spiraled onto the whole narrative, so thanks, Adam.
You what?
Yeah, I'm relocating closer to my job. Commuting around here is a nightmare.
Wait, you have a job?
Yeah, I work in a nightclub.
When did that happen?
After I finished working for a delivery company.
When did that happen?
After I worked for a train company.
When did...
You really don't pay attention to anything that happens in my life, do you?
Well, sorry about that. It's just that I was gonna throw a celebration for our decade at this house, and I wondered if you wanted to tag along.
Sorry, moving and unpacking all this is gonna keep me busy for a while.
Oh, alright, fair enough. Well, no.
It's just such a, like, watching them all in one go just really shows how much better I am at character work, because at first it's like, we are 3 kids, we have no thoughts outside of fun, adventure, and now it's Will being like actually sad that Adam has grown up and moved on.
Worries, I can always ask Holly if she's up for it. Oh, Holly, I have some news for my favourite sister. What?
Just admitting
Where
she's
the hell
gone.
is Holly?
How could you not know? She went away to study at university ages ago. Took Tilly with her as well.
Huh. How did I miss that? Well, knowing the bookworm she is, she'll probably end up teaching there.
That wouldn't surprise me. Anyway, I've got to get a shift on.
Oh yeah, of course. I hope your move out goes smoothly.
Cheers. See you soon.
Wow. That's a bummer.
I feel like this is the one where I finally admit that I'm the main character of Maddox and Friends too, because I've wanted for so long for it to be an ensemble with Will, Adam and Holly. Even though like it's mostly my friends and like, you know, sort of like my life experiences and stuff, I still wanted it to be the me, Adam and Holly show, but obviously the more time went on, the more it became me-centric, Will-centric. And so I think at this point I finally admit Holly moved on, Adam is moving on. Yeah, nothing I can do about it.
See you around, Hugh.
Toodles.
Oliver Bennett Removal Services. Yeah!
A whole removal van for 1 box. Wild.
Just checking.
I guess they're not on board for your party then.
I guess not. Still, it's not all doom and gloom. I'm sure I can get the rest of the gang involved. After all, I'm sure my favourite bouncy bunnies, Benji and Bam Bam, will be more than happy to hop along to this little reunion.
Just admitting that they didn't come back either. Oh!
Hello?
That is the first time we're ever seeing the kitchen of the Maddox and Friends house. Like, I've never depicted it before, so...
Oh, they moved out after their wedding. After their honeymoon, they decided to start a new life together in some borough somewhere.
Am I taking crazy pills?
I genuinely don't know how you could have missed all that. You were at the wedding.
Well then, none of my family may be available for this party, but there's nothing stopping this from being a good old-fashioned friendship gathering.
That was another instance of, I want Will to enter a scene. I don't want to just walk in, have him run in. That's too boring. I want to just throw himself on the sofa. I could go better than that. So I instead have him hit the wall, turn into liquid, and then bounce back out. I'm so proud of that.
Right, who do we call up first? How about Connor?
You didn't think there'd be a 10th anniversary Maddox and Friends special without me, did you?
This sequence is incredible. So first things first, Flemduck is singing Flemphone, a parody of Telephone by Lady Gaga, because I discovered in 2020 that I'm actually a really big Lady Gaga fan. So just thread that into, my identity in Maddox and Friends. You know, I've put in me being a Doctor Who fan, just put in Lady Gaga as well. And it's a montage that shows what all the friends, well, I say all the friends, but like Connor, George, and Jamie, what they're doing like right now and how they're too busy to attend anything that Will wants them to come to.
Hello, baby, you called, I can't hear it.
Oh, good evening, Connor. Our first patrons of the night have ordered a well-done steak, and oh, for heaven's sake, I told you to not bring that llama in here again. Live animals in the kitchen is a health and safety nightmare. Be gone, llama. Shoo, shoo.
That's Angel from the Monty Mooniverse. If you're aware of that channel, I recommend looking it up. It's definitely interesting.
I'm busy filming.
If you want to hear the full song, it's on my channel somewhere.
Someone's in. Right, let's try George.
Stop calling, I don't want to flame anymore. I left my head and my flame on the dance floor.
Have you got the stuff? Yeah, I've got the passcodes. We can break into the bank easy peasy and take as much dosh as we want, and no one can stop us. What's that? We've been trailed! Let's get 'em.
Tonight I'm not taking a cold cause I'll be damned.
Oh yeah, this. George was a bit of a weeaboo. He's obsessed, I don't know if he still is, but he was at the time obsessed with Japanese culture. And he was like, I should be a ninja for an episode. And I was like, I'll get around to that sometime. Never did. But since this is the last one, I was like, you know what? Yeah. He's finally got to be a ninja. So there you are, George.
Lights out for him as well. Jamie, I guess?
This is the most Jamie moment of all time.
My flammophone. My flammophone.
Should have expected that.
And then Gray, one more time, plays Dan.
Oh, hello, darling. What's the gossip on the street, babes?
Ah, finally, someone's home. Hey, Dan, Darling. Babes? I thought I told you. None of that talk before 9 p.m.
Sorry. What's up, buddy?
Ah, yes. Well,
So
it
many
turns
visual
out
gags.
It's been 10 years since I moved to this town.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. And, you know, in that time we've gone on a lot of adventures and made a lot of pleasant memories together. Rescuing our runaway pets, destroying the craziest stuff.
It's interesting because I was working on this just a few months back, and I remember it being like very fulfilling working on it, but also soul draining at the same time because it takes so long just working on the same detail over and over again. Oh, excuse me. But now I sort of like spent a month or so away from it. Looking back on it, I'm detached from it now, so I'm looking back on it more as like an observer rather than the creator. In a weird way, I'm like, this is good, isn't it?
Racing in jet engine fueled carts, all that stuff. And basically, I thought it would be nice to commemorate the occasion. Have a little gathering and stuff, you know?
Ah, that sounds like a neat idea. Am I invited?
Nah, I just thought I'd dangle the prospect in front of you. Of course you're invited!
Ah, good, fair enough. When should I pop over?
How about when the sun is on the horizon?
Ah, sounds good to me. But where has the sun been recently?
Pardon?
I mean, anytime I look at the window lately, it's pitch black out there. Weird stuff. It started happening when I got that one-way tinted glass to stop certain people from eyeing up my things. Did the sun go supernova or something?
Not only is that just a funny joke, but it also uses Will's Wallet's wear as like, as a springboard. Because it's like, the events of the last episode actually caused the events of this episode, at least from Dan's point of view.
No, like for your little gathering then.
No. Seems like everyone's unavailable. I just thought we were a tightly knitted group, you know? That life wouldn't get in the way and that we'd always be there for each other. But it looks like I was wrong.
Well, the day is still young. Why don't you take your mind off it and go out shopping for some party supplies? Who knows? People may be willing to turn up later. Aren't you a dead meme?
Basically acknowledging that Slendy Philip is kind of a dated concept, at least like culturally speaking. And I think it was just funny to just finally let that air out in the cartoons. Oh yeah, here's the big moment.
You! I'm sorry, do I? No. You and your siblings cost me my job. I think you have me at a disadvantage. Oh.
This would be a brilliant place to live.
Oh.
I don't think we'll be able to afford
We just heard this like a couple of hours ago.
We can always ask.
If you want to live here, it's going to cost £12,000.
I actually got chills. How do I give myself chills from something so goofy? It's so good seeing this scene redone.
Unless you want our cat to eat you with a side of sweet chili dipping sauce, we suggest you let us live here for free. Okay.
Oh. So you do recognize me then? I came here 10 years later hoping it would bring me closure.
It's doing so good with perspective too. Like blurs and stuff.
I was a laughing stock thanks to you three, and I lost my job as the P. Risborough house salesman as a result. And ever since my sacking, the whole housing market has gone askew with dodgy contractors appearing. I knew of one fellow who got his tinted windows put in the wrong way round. Why didn't you just pay the price?
Good joke.
For heaven's sake, it was a measly £12,000.
£12,000.
That's a steal in this economy. You're lucky you were protected by squatters' rights. I'm sorry. Sorry won't get me my job back. I just hope it was worth it.
I don't use this perspective enough, like a profile perspective. So it's interesting using that for us, especially like a confrontational one like this.
And that you've made the most out of your time here.
So for the longest time, I had actually thought about bringing back the house salesman as like a recurring, basically back for revenge. Like that's how series 2 of Maddox and Friends was originally supposed to end. He would have come back for revenge, and it would have been revealed that like a lot of the other enemies of Maddox and Friends are actually his relatives. And it's an idea that I obviously never did. But I want, for 10 years, I think this was before I even considered this a finale. For 10 years, I was like, you know what? I want to finally make good on that, because it's relevant. It's 10 years since he moved to that house. Maybe, like, the house salesman could come back, maybe Will could realise what he did wrong, etc., etc. And I think it works really well. Oh look, it's what's depicted in the title card, but with a different hoodie.
Yeah, I thought you wouldn't be up for it.
Interesting that Misty is the last one of the original cast that's still here.
Bit gloomy in here, isn't it?
Suits my mood.
How the roles are reversed. We're going to talk about it then?
I just wanted to commemorate our adventures turning 10.
Damn.
Ultimately, though, I think I've come to the conclusion that maybe this isn't an occasion worth celebrating anyway. I mean, let's be brutally honest. Some of the stuff we've done isn't even that special. Escaping an over-talkative granny, getting a hypnotist high school teacher fired, losing our voices and relying on text-to-speech. Well, okay, maybe getting abducted by aliens was kind of cool, but everything else, I guess when you take a step back and look at it, it's nothing noteworthy.
I've often thought that when looking back at Maddox and Friends just in real life. I've looked back on things like Runaway Pets and the boring educational episode and just been like, wow, this really is just small fry stuff. It's not really epic, is it? And it was nice to sort of like let my character vocalize that.
And no one else showing up seems to have proven that. Not that I blame them, they've all got their own lives to lead, but still, I just thought what we did mattered, you know?
Just because other people might not value something that's important to you doesn't mean it's not special. 10 years of adventures in P. Risborough is something you believe should be celebrated, and if that's how you feel, then that should be enough.
I appreciate that sentiment.
And hey, you're wrong about one thing.
Oh?
Someone did turn up. Yours truly.
That's true. And for that, I'm grateful.
And there's basically your confirmation that Will and Hugh are together. Maddox and Friends is a great slice of life comedy. These stories may not sound like grand adventures, but are still nice to watch and listen to. Oh, thank you, Nick. That's really thoughtfully worded. I like that. Yeah, I basically wanted to finally confirm that Will and Hugh are together because I realised I had an aversion to direct. I mean, sure, they share a bed in Silence Ain't Golden, and you can faintly see a heart between them in Happiness Shall Prevail. But like, for some reason I had an aversion to acknowledging that, and I was like, why is that? Why am I not acknowledging this? And I realised, like, while making this one, is like, I think, despite how open and proud I am, I think I do have some level of internalized homophobia, and I think that was stopping me from like publicly acknowledging that yes, Hugh and I are together, not only in real life but in animated form too. In this universe, Will and Hugh are a couple. So I was like, well, that's stupid. Why do I have internalized homophobia? Because I'm otherwise very open. I'm very proud. I'm not ashamed at all. So why do I think this way? And I don't think I've really like reached that answer yet, but I think I decided, like, you know what, screw it. We're going to acknowledge it. We're going to make it canon, so to speak. We're going to fight this. And so I put it in there. Because no friends hug like that, do they? Obviously, we don't say the words, but what friends hug like that? You know what I mean? So look. Sad ending until a few years later when it comes back as a crash grab. Hell yeah. Oh god, can you imagine? Will X Hugh is based in real life and Maddox and Friends canon. Hell yeah.
Oh, finally made it.
And Dan made it!
Late. Had to get my window replaced again. But you know how it is. I'm here now anyway.
There you go. Someone else did turn up after all.
Huh. Well, at least this cake won't go to waste in the end.
Alrighty, let's get this party started.
Good times.
You got cake?
They lived bittersweetly ever after.
And that was 10 years.
I sort of depict like a little like after events of like a few cartoons in this little montage. So this is what Will, Hugh, and Dan do next, like after this.
Of Adam, Holly, and I having wacky, over-the-top adventures in P. Risborough with our friends.
This is them leaving Dan's house in Will's Wallet Square.
And some ridiculously fun outings, and I'll always remember them fondly. But things change. That's only nature.
This is them like hero worshipping Flemduck while the fruit robber's being arrested.
And as painful as that can
There's me trying to make Hugh happy and happiness shall prevail.
As much as I'd love to resist that and try to continue reliving the glory days,
There's Holly serving an eviction notice to the DJ.
ultimately I've learned that you have to embrace it. Otherwise, you'll never learn or grow. So it's time to move on, with Hugh by my side.
This is after our escape pod has landed, and I'm looking up into the night sky.
That's not to say you've seen the last of me or my friends, of course.
Here's us actually racing across the ocean in the race. Oh my god, it looks so good.
We'll always be knocking about here and there, and who knows, maybe it's time to hand the spotlight off to someone else. But it's time that I embrace that Adam, Holly, and myself.
This sort of depicts the events of Benji Finds Love and Runaway Pets. It's sort of just combined into one.
We're not kids anymore, and I can't keep this group of people anchored to me purely for my own sense of security.
So I'm just letting whole sentences play. There's us welcoming Slendy into our home.
It's time to let go.
And there's us on our sofa. I put a lot of heart into this ending, which is kind of funny, because as I said, like, early Maddox and Friends is just very wackadoo, very... This is a wacky scenario, like, there's not really much emotional charge in it, I find. And yet, by the end, I've sort of pivoted it to being, like, very heartfelt. I'm kind of proud of myself for that.
See you soon. Oh, though before I sign off, there's one more thing I have to do.
That's not to take away from, like, my whole monologue I gave during that moment, by the way. That is a very good monologue I think I gave, to pat myself on the back. And I thought this would be very fitting. I forgot local moving services scam sells belongings for candy. Poor Adam. But I thought, like, giving the final moment of the show to the house salesman would work really well.
Oh, Father, you appear to have a letter in the post.
I mentioned that the villains would have been revealed to be related, and so I decided to say that, yeah, Naught on Your Side is the house salesman's son. Just why not?
It's probably another bill. What were you even doing near the door anyway? Not smoking, I hope.
Ooh, I'm changed. I don't do cigarettes anymore. It's all about vaping.
And Gray actually voiced those lines as Naught on Your Side again, so thanks, Gray.
Let's see what this is about then. Mr. House Salesman, you were right. An apology won't solve everything. I don't expect anything I or my siblings could do would balance out what we did to you, but I'm willing to make a start. Consider this a payment 10 years overdue. P.S. Don't ask how we got this. If we were able to take a house for free, then you have no idea what kind of mischief we got away with.
Mr. House Salesman Esquire, £12,000. It's like a sense of perfect cosmic universal harmony. And obviously, like Will said, like, obviously I can never, like, pay you back, but, like, it's the sentiment that counts, the fact that he's willing to try. But yeah, the thing that Hugh has joked about the most finally made it back into the show. Just, yeah, £12,000 is ridiculously stingy. Gonna let the theme tune play to the end. Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum. That was satisfying. 10 years of Maddox and Friends. But yeah, there we are. Expand me. But yeah, that was a nice trip down memory lane. It was nice seeing just how I grew over time with my style, with my passion, with my creativity. And honestly, I value like every one of you in the stream comments, you know, also giving your support, like saying, especially hi Chris, we enjoyed this Maddox Friends 10th anniversary commentary stream. Keep on animating. I'll be sure to. But yeah, that was kind of bittersweet. There is a part of me that's like, oh, I should have just continued, just should have kept making more. But like A, I think Table for One is just a very fitting ending, and B, I think just that framework of Maddox and Friends should be laid to rest, and I should pursue something else. Again, not necessarily saying goodbye to those characters, like Will and Hugh and Flemduck and stuff might stick around. I still need to plan that out, actually, but yeah, very proud of myself, very, very, very pleased looking back at what I've done and seeing the evolution. I'm probably just repeating myself, honestly. I don't know what my favourite of all of them is. I think the last three, and Happiness Shall Prevail, and probably I have favourites in like different capacities. Like in terms of like the best animated, this is a great stream and great to rewatch the episode. Thanks, Nick. In terms of like the best animated, it's obviously the last three. Like the best pacing, best dialogue, it's those three. But like I also think like Happiness Shall Prevail also has a really good story and looks good for like the capabilities I had at the time. Same for Loud Loud Loud, and also an Alien Encounter I think has great sound design. Like I'm still really proud of the alien voices and the plotting. Honestly, I think it's paced really well. It was great to see the older versions of the first 14 episodes since I watched the remastered versions of those before. Yeah, the only real difference in the remastered uploads is they're cropped to be take up the full screen, because the original uploads, they have really thick black borders around them, and it's just like, oh, they look ugly. Yeah, it's just nice going back, seeing how I fleshed out my cartoons. I like Flemduck the hero. It tries new things in animation and story, and they pay off. Yeah, I think it's a really good because it's not a typical Maddox and Friends, I'd say, because obviously like it's not got Will or Adam or Holly, or I guess Hugh is a main character, but like it's not really like a typical one. It's sort of like the Flemduck in a sense. It kind of is just the Flemduck. I don't know what I'm saying. Good luck and all the best with further animations. Anything else you do next? Thank you, Nick. Yeah, I have ideas. I'm still... It sounds dramatic. I'm still recovering from animating Table for One, because these cartoons, like especially the last few, they take months to work on, and like every time I'm done with one, I just sort of have to let all that tension and all that like burnout just leave me. I think the longest one, funny enough, was Happiness Shall Prevail. I think that took 6 months. But like some of these other ones, pretty sure Table for One took like 4 or 5 months. As well as where probably took a similar amount of time. Same Flemduck the hero. So I've always got to just sit down and let myself breathe before I work on whatever next project it is. But once I've recovered, once I can actually put my mind to animating again, I'll figure out what to do next, and it will probably be like Flemduck related or something. We'll see. And of course I've always got like Doctor Who themed stuff, like, you know, Friends to Be and Her Sunset and all that. But of course, anyway, I think that's all I have to say. It's a nice trip down memory lane. Nice first stream, honestly. I might do another one in future, maybe one that's more Doctor Who specific, I don't know. But yeah, here's Cluck. Hugh is behind me as well. He waves. You got anything to say for this special occasion? He just shook his head, he's busy gaming. But yeah. Thank you all very much for watching this stream. Thank you for celebrating Maddox and Friends with me. And I'll catch you later. Bye 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 bye. I'll give it a second and then I'll end the stream because sometimes they cut off like abruptly in the middle of a thing. I'll stare at you. How did that? There you are. Yeah, there we. Okay, right. Now I'll end the stream. Bye.